Okay, well, I'll close the door. Uh, all right, mic check, testing, testing. Three, two, one. Live streaming live from Facebook and YouTube. General Sunbeam GS Live. Sixth time within this week live streaming here on Facebook and YouTube. And of course, whenever I finish live streaming on Facebook, I'll share that copy of Facebook content of the live stream just to reshare it, repost it on YouTube and Rumble. Just to let you know, copyright, intellectual property copyright under General Sunbeam under me, Sunbeam Tai 10, Sunbeam 007, Sunbeam 0072, Sunbeam 0, or Sunbeam. Under the bright orange sun with the GS in the middle, the bright orange sun watermark with the GS in the middle. That's the watermark, or anything that looks like a character with orange hair, orange eyes, orange shorts with the symbol of the sun with the GS in the middle. That's my watermark, my iconic watermark, my personal iconic watermark. So again, intellectual property copyrighted, protected under me, General Sunbeam. And of course, I'm wearing a Sword Online hat and a Sword Online t-shirt. As you know me, I am a fan of Sword Online. I cannot stress that enough. While I will be fair, that am slowly outgrowing anime and Cartoon Network, cartoon shows and anime. I don't watch anime or play games as much. I don't like to be addicted to watching anime or binge watching anime movies or games like many friends, including my wife, that are all into recreation, leisure, and entertainment. I know many of you friends, acquaintances, and a lot of people that are into all these recreation, entertainment, and leisure. Some of you are movie buffs that likes to go to the cinema, movie theater regularly, or you're watching it on Netflix, Hulu, and all that. But again, I'm not into all that. I don't watch movies. I don't play games. I'm at the other end of the stick. And I'm about to get to that point. As I have covered this on my previous live stream, you already know, for those that have cared to watch my live stream, my previous live stream about what I want to do as my in-game career, as my career goal. So I'm gonna get to there. First off, as always, I'm gonna go ahead and read what I posted here. I'm trying to share this across other live streaming platforms, whether that's TikTok, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, DeviantArt, any other international foreign live stream platform. If this gets reposted or shared, I want to make this clear. First Amendment and content disclaimer. Viewer discretion advised. This content may include mature themes, discussions, politics, or commentary intended for adult audiences, 18 plus, not safe for work. Viewer discretion is strongly recommended. This content is created and presented in accordance with the rights protected under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution of the United States of America, including freedom of speech, freedom of the religion, freedom of rights to protest, assembly, right to petition, expression, and press, freedom of the press, media recording, production. If I mention any cosplayers or anyone or any figure, high profile figure, or anyone that is like me that has some views over 1,000 views, 2,000 views, or more than 100 views, or some form of mild level engagement, I will be referencing you. So basically, I will be naming you out, calling you out. I will be quoting what you say. Any comments, any response, whether that's here on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Rumble, any comments. I mean, if I had a way to pop up here on Facebook live stream or on YouTube or on any live stream where I can show any images, I would do that. Like if I press a certain button popping up quoting what this person said, what this user said, I will be naming you out time and date when this is posted and all that as testimony, as substantial evidence that this person clearly said that this person clearly commented and responded. So you have been warned, and viewer discretion is advised. Again, open door policy and freedom of speech, First Amendment, and the liberty of uncensorship. Since I have a mouth, I can simply say what I want, speak what I want, as long as I'm exercising First Amendment responsibly. So anyway, For those that have known me, you have seen me around, you have seen me passing, you have recognized me somewhere. Of course, I'm not hiding my face this time. So yeah. So good day, viewers and audience. Greetings, everyone. Good day, and thank you for watching and tuning in. This is General Sunbeam, also known as Sunbeam 007, reporting live and providing another creator update. I am currently streaming on Facebook and YouTube. After the live stream is completed and I download a copy, I also plan to share it on my General Sunbeam Rumble channel on there to make a name for myself. And sorry, my nose is itchy. Oh my gosh. Thank you to everyone who has followed or who care to follow. I mean, well, again, thank you to everyone who has followed, subscribed, watched, commented, shared, or supported my work. And those who cared chooses to follow and subscribe. Appreciate it. Every legitimate view and interaction is appreciated. I appreciate the engagement. I appreciate the opportunity, hoping to grow and to be a prospective and successful content creator, live streamer, Asian male model, cosplayer, and hopefully reaching my in-game career goal that I hope to retire from. I don't want to go back to working at McDonald's, Amazon, or any other back-breaking, strenuous work. With all respect, I'm not a big fan of W-2 technical job. I'm hoping to achieve what I want in life as my dream career. It is very challenging based on what I'm going for. I don't want to be a starving artist, and I pray to the Lord that I don't end up as a homeless, starving artist. I cannot stress that enough. Current current social media update. At the time of this live stream, I checked my Facebook account and noticed that I had lost approximately 3 followers and 1 Facebook friend. I assume it's a scam. I assume that this Facebook user is a dead account, a burner account. So and other that choose to follow me are probably are scammers and just blind solicitors that have no friends, that have no engagement whatsoever. Like they're not posting a lot of updates like on my Facebook. Like my latest update, my latest live stream is now. I just live streamed earlier and you can see I am staying updated and posted. You're seeing me as it is. This is a real me, not a deep fake, no AI or anything. This is real me, real General Sunbeam, reporting on Facebook and YouTube live. So I'm truly expressing this. I am not a scammer. I'm no scam. I don't know how to do all that. I'm not a con artist. I don't steal or deceive anyone. I don't believe in all these deception tactics. I don't like polarizing the viewers and audience. But I will say this again. At the time of this live stream, I checked my Facebook account and noticed that I had lost approximately 3 followers and 1 Facebook friend. My YouTube channel was at approximately 194 subscribers the last time I checked. The number may have changed slightly, but I am still around that level or that amount of followers and subscribers. I currently have approximately 56 followers on Rumble on General Sunbeam Rumble channel on my profile there. 488 watchers on DeviantArt under Sunbeam 0. 41 followers on Twitch under Sunbeam 0072. Again, 41 followers on Twitch under Sunbeam 0072. 10 followers on Wattpad still. The last time I live streamed 4 or 5 times in a row consecutively within this week, I am still stuck at 10 followers on Wattpad under General Sunbeam or Sunbeam 007. 10 followers on Wattpad. I don't know what's going on. Wow. I don't know why I'm not reaching 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 followers. I don't understand what's going on. I don't know understand what other authors on there on Wattpad that has over 20K or 50K or more than 10 followers. But at this time of this live stream recording on the day after Juneteenth, on Saturday, June 20th, 2026 at 8:48 p.m. before 9 p.m., I am still stuck at 10 followers on Wattpad. I am slowly growing on YouTube and DeviantArt. So that I mean, I don't know if I really should care because I'm not getting paid on DeviantArt, so I don't really care much on DeviantArt. I'm not getting paid at all through ad revenues or anything, and I would care somewhat on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, but I would just say it all together. What I have said earlier, what I have said just now, I really care about growing and hoping to be a successful content creator in general. That's all I can say about that. I love to be like Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, Markiplier, many other YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. Every other content creator that's able to monetize their content, their video content, their live stream, that are able to make enough to live here and not have to work at a W 2 job. And you have to give me that. I'm just saying all this just to be honest with everyone. I am not a famous viral person. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm saying all this just to show the frustration of being a content creator, the con that it feels like a presidential election. I mean, I'll continue on. I'm really derailing really bad here. So these numbers may change over time as people follow, unfollow, subscribe, unsubscribe, or become active or inactive. That is part of being a public content creator. People are free to follow and people are free to unfollow. I mean, I did that. I don't follow any high profile figure. Same thing with subscribe on YouTube or unsubscribe. I do the same thing. I think it's a fair game. I cannot and should not force, pressure, manipulate, control, or coerce anyone into supporting my page. I will repeat, I cannot and should not force, pressure, manipulate, control, or coerce anyone into supporting my pages. I respect that it is ultimately the viewers or audience's choice to follow, subscribe, or to not follow or not subscribe. The reality of content creation. This is a fact here. I'm going to make this a fact to the best of my abilities. The reality of content creation. Content creation is difficult, competitive, complicated. So again, content creation is difficult. Content creation is complicated. Content creation is complex. Content creation is very, very super competitive and oversaturated. Sometimes it feels like a campaigning effort, like a presidential campaign or a Senate campaign, trying to win many voters. It feels like that. Sometimes it feels like campaigning in a presidential election with an everlasting finish line. You continue producing videos, live streams, artwork, writing, updates, and promotional content, but the finish line can feel as though it keeps moving farther away, farther and farther away. You gain subscribers, you feel like you're getting closer, then you lose 100 or 200 subscribers, then the finish line keeps stretching. Put it that way. Same thing with followers. Put it that way. That's what gatekeeping is, and that's what it feels like. And I stress that so much. And this is the real me arguing and debating about this, contesting about this, challenging the whole monetization system on every social media platform. I don't care if they don't want to pay, but I am that determined. And that shows my determination and my motivation as a serious content creator among all those competing and all those trying to be noticed, seen, and to be taken seriously. But again, sometimes it feels like a campaigning in a presidential election with an everlasting finish line. You continue producing videos, live streams, artwork, writing, updates, and promotional content, but the finish line can feel as though it keeps moving farther away. Many platforms have specific many platforms have specific eligibility requirements before creators can earn advertising or subscription revenue. Depending on the platform, these requirements may involve follower accounts, subscriber accounts, public watch hour, eligible views, engagement, account activity, or policy compliance. The specific requirements differ across Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Rumble, and other platforms. They can also change over time. The platforms may officially call these monetization eligibility requirements from the perspective of a small creator. However, those barriers can feel like gatekeeping. What does gatekeeping mean? What does gatekeeping mean? Gatekeeping generally means controlling or restricting access to an opportunity, audience, resource, community, or position. For example, a gatekeeper may determine who receives access, who qualifies, who gets promoted, who becomes visible, who receives financial opportunities, who is allowed through the gate, and who remains outside. That's gatekeeping. And that's kind of similar to me doing pool monitoring or pool attendant. If there's children without any supervisor, without a parent or a legal guardian, that's a good definition of being a gatekeeper right there. Gatekeeping. And I understand for some reason that gatekeeping should. I mean, I understand some reasonable definition of gatekeeper or gatekeeping, but I'm talking about gatekeeping here on social media. That's the thing I don't like. So what I said, that's the definition of gatekeeping on social media for monetization. Social media monetization systems are automated eligibility systems rather than individual people personally deciding whether they like a creator. So again, social media monetization systems are automated eligibility systems rather than individual people personally deciding whether they like a creator. However, to a small creator, the result can still feel similar until the required numbers are reached. The door to certain monetization features remains closed. Same thing like YouTube, if they require 500 subscribers. From my understanding, Instagram and Facebook require 1,000 followers. TikTok requires about 1,000 followers. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I would say they need about over almost 2 million views, 2 million views in general. That's a good definition of social media gatekeeping right there. To be able to get paid by them through ad revenues, through all the monetized video content. And there aren't a lot of those social medias that are very easy to hit monetization requirements. And that's the definition of specifically a precise social media gatekeeping. And I don't like that. I disagree, strongly disagree. The frustrating part is that reaching those requirements depends partly on viewers, on you, audience, and viewers. Yes, that's very frustrating. People decide whether to watch, people decide whether to follow, people decide whether to subscribe, people decide whether to share, repost. People also decide whether to unfollow or unsubscribe. It is truly a online social media democracy. That's for sure. That means creators can work for months or years or even decades, centuries, and they were not able to hit monetization, so they may never go viral in their entire life of being a decades worth of content creation. So again, that means creators can work for months or years while their progress rises, stops, or moves backward. Again, I cannot control those decisions. I cannot control those decisions. I can only control what I can do as a content creator. I can produce video, I can keep on going live stream, I can keep on grinding, producing content, speaking my mind, like what I just said all about this, and only you, the viewer and audience, choose to follow, subscribe, or not to follow or subscribe. I cannot control that. I don't like persuading anyone. I let free will. I let you decide, and you have to give me credit. I am only speaking my mind from the bottom of my heart and sharing all this just to show how competitive, frustrating, and complicated and difficult and very frustrating again it can be to try to go viral and try to reach monetization requirements. It is very hard to hit 1,000 followers or subscribers and achieve more than a million views, share, or reposts. And I don't know what more I can say about that. I don't know what other content creators have that I don't have, other than I'm a hideous Asian male with very bad acne, and I just got a lot of bug bites, mosquito bites, ant bites, got stung by wasp and bee, having to make $14. Well, I don't want to say it, but less than $20 an hour, I would say. Less than $20 an hour, working part time as a seasonal pool attendant, pool monitor. And I picked that job from the bottom of my heart, and I continue to work with dignity, doing what's best for business, keeping the community safe, doing my best to be fair while enforcing pool safety rules, and of course, make sure everyone follows the law and the policy as well. And I hate having to work under the sun, having to continually walk around and trying to keep everyone safe. And I pray to the Lord that I deserve a genuine reward for my hard work, for my work ethic, and exercising reasonable ethical standards when it comes to laying down the rules, enforcing the rules, and doing what is appropriate on disciplining the community reasonably. I honestly don't like enforcing the rules, but of course, that's part of the rule, part of my job. Same thing with other police, law enforcement, and security guards, security officers, bouncers, and other enforcement jobs, and enforcement focused related roles. They are there to protect you. They are doing it because they're doing their job, and you have to listen to them. So yeah, here on social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, they also got rules too. That's called terms of service. They have their guidelines, they got their policies. And one of them I disagree with is the monetization requirements. Having to reach 2 million views, basically more than 1,000 followers or subscribers. I just don't like that kind of gatekeeping. So again, creators can work for months, years, or even decades while their progress rises, stops, or moves backward. I cannot control those decisions. All I can control is the content I create, how often I publish, how professionally I present myself, and whether I continue improving. That's what I can do. And of course, I can also do the same thing. I can follow or subscribe and do the same thing on the opposite when it comes to watching other content creator, live streamer, or so. And that's what I can control. So far, not going viral. At this point, I have not gone viral, and I doubt, grossly doubt, I will go viral. I'm just flexible at this point. I rather not go viral if I'm eventually gonna have some sort of misconduct or controversial or a scandal. I have seen the con of all these high profile content creators like Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, and several conventions that have been making a name for themselves. Like that's a good example. And I have seen tragedy struck at all these content creators on YouTube, such as you know, lives are lost aside from controversial and scandals. So there are risks in going viral. There's not always the good, but there's also the bad and the ugly. But I know for sure I'm not going viral. And at this point, I have not gone viral. At the time of this live stream, I have not gone viral. I have not broken through many multi monetization requirements. I'm happy to say I have reached 500 followers on Facebook. Thank you very much for that. On Instagram, I used to have 61 followers. Now I went down to 60 or 59 followers on Instagram under General Sunbeam. I am not breaking through I am not breaking through to thousands or millions of followers, subscribers, watchers, or viewers, audiences. I am not receiving the level of visibility, attention, notice, collaboration, or financial support that major online creators received, including all the anime producers, creators, and developers that have got their anime on Crunchyroll. That does not mean I have done nothing, or I mean, I haven't done anything wrong either. I have spent years creating videos, live stream, commentary, writing, original characters, fictional. Sorry, I gotta drink water. So I am not breaking through towards thousands or millions of followers, subscribers, watchers. I am not receiving the level of visibility, attention, collaboration, or financial support that major online creators receive. And that does not mean I have done nothing. I have spent years of creating videos. Mostly they are not AI, they are IRL videos content on YouTube, here on Facebook, Rumble, Twitch. I mean, I'm doing IRL live streaming, doing a video live stream selfie of myself. So at least majority of my video content or live streams are not AI generated. So I'm not really cheating or cutting corners. And you can see whether or not I use AI or there's AI involvement, I am not prospering. I'm not going viral in any way. I am truly feel like being that same, like where I'm not getting as large amount of views or attention. Like I'm really just feeling I'm continue going down, down, down. Like I'm not getting a lot of attention. I'm not being noticed. Nobody's sharing or reposting. I'm not really growing viral. So yeah. So again, I have spent years creating videos, live streams, commentary, writing, original characters, fictional nations, anime concepts, community safety content, and promotional material. I have continued publishing even when the numbers remain low. However, I also want to be honest. It becomes discouraging when a person repeatedly creates content but does not see meaningful audience growth. It can feel like speaking into a crowded room where only a small number of people are listening. And that is very true. That is very true. With all due respect, it is very true. It is sad for people that aren't truly listening and taking the speaker seriously. I mean, feels like politics. My creator support bracket. Now, my creator support bracket. Again, viewer discretion is advised, and I apologize if this feels somewhat offensive or insensitive, but viewer discretion is advised. I have previously described my approach as a content creator handicap bracket. So I am creating this what I call the content creator handicap bracket, and this has been in my mind for years, and I finally want to bring this out here on the live stream. I'm here to speak my mind about it. So I have previously described my approach as a content creator handicap bracket. If I haven't mentioned that precisely, then I might have said something where I am following people. I am only following those that have low views, low subscriber or followers at my that have less followers or subscribers than me, or that are around equal amount of followers or subscribers at my level. So I'm only following followers and subscribers that have equal or less than to my caliber as a content creator. But I'll try to clarify this better. I have previously described my approach as a content creator handicap bracket. However, a clearer and more professional term may be my peer level creator support bracket. Yes, peer level creator support bracket. What I mean is simple. All right, here it goes. I personally relate more strongly to creators who are still building their audiences. And that's what I'm doing. I'm still building my audiences and I'm still trying to grow and prosper, and hopefully I successfully go viral. So again, oh man, I that ice cream vehicle is coming out again. So once again, I call this the peer level creator support bracket. The peer level support bracket. What I mean is simple. I personally relate more strongly to creators. Sorry, I got distracted by the ice cream truck around the neighborhood community. So peer level creator support bracket. What I mean is simple. I personally relate more strongly to creators who are still building their audiences. I understand the experience of having low follower counts. I understand the experience of having low follower or subscriber counts. I understand struggling for views. I understand posting content that receives little notice or attention. I understand trying to become recognized without having a major company, celebrity connection, advertising budget, or large established fan base. Once again, I understand trying to become recognized without having a major company, celebrity connection, advertising budget, or large established fan base. Because of that, I prefer to place more of my attention towards small and developing creators who are at a similar level. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. The content creator handicap bracket or peer level creator support bracket. This is not intended. This is not intended as an attack against successful creators such as Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, or other major personalities, or other content creators and streamers, VTubers, high profile celebrity and public figures. I don't mean no harm, but I'm being honest. They didn't reach out to me. They never personally reached out to me. They never invited me. So I don't see if they didn't collaborate with me, then I don't understand why I should subscribe to them. With all due respect, they already got all their success. They already got all their support. I don't need to add on to that. Their success does not automatically make them bad people, and they do not personally owe me a follow, collaboration, or promotion. However, I am also not required to follow every major creator simply because they are famous and successful. That's right. My time, subscriptions, attention, and engagement are also choices. I would rather use more I would rather use more of my limited attention to support independent creators, writers, artists, live streamers, voice actors, animators, and other people who are still trying to become established or well known to make a name for themselves, to get out there, building the legitimate clout, not like Johnny Somali and other IRL pranksters. Mutual support and fairness. Mutual support and fairness. I believe support should be genuine. It should not be based on manipulation, fake engagement, forced follow for follow arrangements, purchase followers, bought accounts, or dishonest promises. Again, I don't support scamming, con artists, or shady bad business practices. It should not be based on all that. I also understand that nobody is automatically obligated to follow me simply because I followed them. Following someone does not create a contract. Subscribing to someone does not mean they must subscribe back. Exactly. However, I personally value mutual communication, collaboration, recognition, and mutual respect. I am more likely to remain actively engaged with creators who communicate, acknowledge others, collaborate responsibly, or show some legitimate interest in independent creative work. That is my personal decision about how I manage my attention. It is not a demand placed upon anyone else. Now, viewer freedom. To everyone watching, as always, it's optional, but I appreciate it. You are free to follow. You are free to not follow. You are free to subscribe. You are not, I mean, you are free to unsubscribe. You are free to watch quietly without commenting. You are free to disagree respectfully. I only ask that people remain honest and civil and sincere and genuine. I don't like fake followers. I don't like those trying to be con artists or scammers. And I know there's always going to be those with burner accounts with no engagement, no friends, no posting on their profile or updates. Like they're not going to really use their social media platforms. They're just going to create that account just to scam and be a nuisance. And then their account just going to get deleted and they're going to recreate another Facebook account under a different identity using stolen accounts, stolen images, or something. I do not support coercion. I do not support coercion, harassment, threats, manipulation, impersonation, fake engagement, doxing, swatting, blackmailing, or pressuring people into supporting a page. I don't appreciate it, and I don't support scam con artists either. A real audience should be built through authentic interests. And now moving on, my larger goal remains the same nonetheless as my previous live stream or my previous multiple live stream. My larger goal remains the same. I want to become an anime creator, writer, producer, developer, and director. I want to transform my original my Wattpad project, Supremacy, Clash Between Heroes and Villains, into a professionally produced 2D animated series. That requires more than follower numbers. That requires more than follower numbers. It requires writing development, character design, concept artwork, storyboarding, animation, voice acting, music, editing, production management, legal preparation, financing, marketing, distribution, and professional collaboration. Social media visibility can help introduce the project to more people, but visibility alone does not create a complete animation production. That is why I continue to write, stream, explain the concept, promote the project, and search for legitimate creative and entertainment industry connections. So, closing this message or this topic here, closing this segment, to everyone who has stayed with me, thank you. To everyone who recently followed, thank you. To those who decided to leave, I respect your decision, but how I feel about it, disappointed, and still feel frustrated that I'm not going to be able to monetize my content on most major social media platforms. I do want to be that honest. Numbers can rise and fall, but I will continue working on my original ideas and expressing my long-term goals. Being a small creator is difficult. I ain't gonna lie about that. I'm just being honest. But where I'm at, being a small creator is difficult. Monetization barriers are frustrating and unfair and competitive. Audience growth is unpredictable. Going viral is never guaranteed. I mean, that's just depend on creators, I guess. Depends on content creators. At least for me, I ain't gonna be able to go viral at all. I doubt that, but I am more than likely not gonna go viral. I ain't gonna be famous for something. I'm just being honest to myself based on what I can prove here. As I have already shown my Wattpad, I'm stuck at 10 followers. I lost 3 followers on Facebook and lost 1 friend. I am at 488 watchers on DeviantArt under Sunbeam Zero, and I'm stuck at 41 followers on Twitch. I'm not breaking 200 subscribers on YouTube, and I'm not able to reach 60 followers on Rumble on General Sunbeam, and I'm not reaching 100 followers on Instagram under General Sunbeam either. That's how much of a competition and the stress of not being that popular and well known. Despite I've been around for most of my life, about 30 years, 3 decades, ever since George W. Bush and the 9/11 incident. Yep, I remember that. I've been growing up around that time when I first witnessed the 9/11 incident. But I've been through several presidents, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, President, first President Trump's first term, and Joe Biden, now President Trump's second term. That's to help paint the picture how long I've been around. So being a small creator is difficult. Monetization barriers are frustrating. Audience growth is unpredictable. Going viral is never guaranteed. However, I am still here. I am still creating. I am still live streaming, broadcasting. I am still writing, and I am still developing Supremacy, Clash Between Heroes and Villains. I haven't been writing. I haven't been writing on Wattpad, and I don't know why I am going back to content creation. I guess I'm just doing this just to go viral and helping to reach monetization. I guess I'm just trusting my own instinct and my own guts, and at my own accord, at my own free will, going with the flow. I guess I'm doing all this just to build an audience and build a fan base, hoping somebody would genuinely care about me as a person and my interests all the way, and I hope I can create supremacy clash between heroes and villains. I mean, I am honestly disclosing AI. I'm using ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, well, just any free AI out there, text-based AI, to help create images, to create videos, and help trying to pitch this idea to legitimate indie anime studios to turn all this into something to be put on television. I doubt that every animation studios is gonna care to reach out to me, and I don't know how I'm gonna pitch the idea if they're not open and they consider it a solicitation. I don't know how many creators that created all these anime are able to get it streaming on Crunchyroll. I don't know how they do it. But I'm still here, still creating, still writing, still developing Supremacy. This is General Sunbeam, Sunbeam007, reporting live. Thank you for watching, thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting independent creators like myself through genuine, voluntary and respectful engagement, repost, share, follows, and subscribe, and just simply watching. I appreciate it. Okay. Just trying to catch my breath. Just type in something. Right now it's 9:24 p.m. Texas Central Daytime at this hour at the evening, Saturday, June 20th. Did since yesterday, Juneteenth, or Friday, June the 19th, 2026. Again, it's Texas Central Daytime, 9:24 p.m. evening. It's nighttime already. So far, the weather has passed. It is 77 degrees Fahrenheit. It is clear. It was raining earlier, but now well, the weather has improved around 6 p.m. and but unfortunately, my health is slowly improving. But I'll get to it. Right now, I just gotta drink my water. All right. So trying to move on to the next segment. So towards this part here, as I said, all right, time to say more clarification and more polish here. Health, weather, and pool operation update. I also want to provide a clear update regarding my health and the decision to close the community pool earlier in the day. So here in this neighborhood community, at this park, in this neighborhood here, I want to provide a clear update regarding my health and the decision to close the community pool earlier in the day. I am slowly beginning to feel better, but I was not feeling well earlier. During the late afternoon of today earlier, rain moved through the area and left the pool deck. Concrete walkways and surrounding surfaces wet. Because of the recent landscaping, there were also grass clippings, mulch, leaves, and small branches and other loose particles around the pool enclosure. Around and within the pool enclosure, rain and runoff can move that material closer to the pool edge or into the pool water, the swimming pool water. As a pool attendant and pool monitor, my responsibilities include observing the swimming areas, reminding residents and guests or the community about posted rules, pool rules, documenting concerns, and any odd incidents, as well as pool rules violations, picking up trash, monitoring the deck or the concrete surface around the pool edges, checking the general condition of the pool enclosure, and helping maintain a safe and orderly environment around the pool enclosure, around the pool area. I am not claiming to be a lifeguard. I want to make that clear. I mean, I am studying to be a lifeguard and I might try to be a qualified lifeguard, but I am not a lifeguard. I'm not a certified lifeguard. But I am interested in trying to study and better and try to improve on that, as I am very open to learning and trying to be more useful to the community. But again, I am not claiming to be a lifeguard, medical professional, or certified pool maintenance technician or a CPO. But I am studying on that. I am learning about that. However, I do take my observation and reporting responsibilities seriously. I do take my observation reporting responsibilities seriously. I try to identify wet surfaces, trip hazards, debris, inappropriate behavior, glass, alcohol, horseplay, rough play, harsh play, and other concerns before they develop into larger safety problems. I want to make that loud and clear. Earlier in the day, I anticipated that rain might arrive during the late afternoon. I had already been watching the weather since Friday, June 19th or Juneteenth. Again, yeah, which was the Juneteenth holiday. I have communicated to the residents, to the residents or those that came in to swim, that I recognize, that I'm pretty sure they have recognized me as I recognize them. The regular residents or the regular swimmers, I give them a heads up and let them know that I anticipated that due to the weather, that I see gray clouds forming and that it may rain tomorrow. And I stood correct. I anticipated and I was correct. So again, early in the day, I anticipated that rain might arrive during the late afternoon. I had already been watching the weather since Friday, June 19th, which was the Juneteenth holiday, and I informed the residents or the regular swimmers yesterday about it. That I do not know, but I saw on the forecast and give them a heads up that it may rain tomorrow. The rain eventually arrived between the late afternoon and approximately around 5 p.m. So around, I say between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. Around those times, it had rained. At approximately 5 p.m., I began feeling sick. Again, at approximately 5 p.m., I began feeling sick. I experienced nausea, chills, an unusual cold or shivering feeling, general discomfort, fatigue, and back soreness. So basically, it feels like I have that hyperthermia feeling. I wasn't feeling well and all that. I had also spent several weeks working outdoors while dealing with mosquito bites, ant bites, and other insect bites that continued to itch. I am also managing skin irritation and acne on my face and body. Yeah, I just want to throw it out there. For those that have been seeing my face, yes, I have facial acne, very bad, moderate to severe acne, pimple breakouts on my face and my upper body. And again, combine that with insects bite like mosquito bites, ant bites, bee wasp sting, since I'm trying to deal with the wasps and the bees roaming around, and other insect bites that continue to itch. I really want to make that clear. I also want to say that I am by far the most productive and proactive single pool attendant and or pool monitor out there working my usual shift that I am scheduled to work. I feel that I'm saddened that I am the only one that takes the job seriously and continue to commit and dedicate to working. And I do appreciate the flexibility of the management on being there to watch out for their staff members, and I appreciate it. I am just exercising open door policy just to speak in a professional, in a constructive manner that I'm doing so much as the only pool attendant that commits and exercising with a strong positive can-do attitude and doing what's best for the business to provide a utmost safe, clean, pristine, and sanitary pool swimming experience, while being fair and reasonable, enforcing the pool rules to every residence or the community in general. And I appreciate for those that have seen me or have recognized me here on these live stream or have seen me around within the neighborhood or at conventions or somewhere in Central Texas. Again, I'm saying the same thing. Please follow the rules, follow the policy, honor the rules, honor the policy, and honor the laws. Respect every management staff and police, law enforcement. I'm pretty sure there is an equal neutral ground, 50-50. If one is being unfair or too strict in a bias or unfair, then there is reasonable complaints, and I understand that. But if there is sufficient amount of evidence caught on cameras, and I am taking documentation seriously. I am reporting based on what can be captured on security camera, CCTV. And if I were to be honest, if I had a body camera on me or something, I would try to be transparent and let every community, every bystander, every person on the streets, on the street blocks know that I am actively recording to protect myself, to have neutral evidence of what's going on around me. I want to be that honest. I don't like to violate anyone's privacy, but if there's any wrongdoing or any rules violation, of course, I want to record that, document that, take snapshot pictures to capture the incident, to show that I saw that loud and clear. I see it eye for an eye, But of course, there are security cameras that captures all that for naturally as it is, eye for an eye. So again, please abide, honor the rules, policy, and the law, whether you disagree with it or not. They're there to keep you safe. And listen to the management and to all the monitors, attendants, law enforcements, or any personnel. I'm pretty sure you have your own rules as a homeowner or any living space, and I honor it. I mean, for me, I follow every rules, policy, and the law, even though I disagree with them, but I still follow them because I don't see I don't see what's wrong with not following them. It doesn't hurt. So yeah, I anticipated that the rain might arrive during the late afternoon for today earlier. I've already been watching the weather since Friday, June 19th, which was the Juneteenth holiday. The rain eventually arrived between the late afternoon and approximately 5 p.m. earlier today of Saturday, June 20th at around 4 p.m. to approximately 5 p.m. At approximately 5 p.m., I began feeling sick. I experienced nausea, sudden nausea, chills, like a hypothermia chills, an unusual cold or shivering feeling, general discomfort, fatigue, and back soreness. I had also spent several weeks working outdoors in the hot sun, in the humid, warm environment, while dealing with mosquito bites, ant bites, and other insect bites or stings, bee and wasp stings that continue to itch. I am also managing skin irritation and acne on my face and body. I am suffering moderate to severe continuous adult acne on my face. Of course, that shows, and I am showing it right now through my live streams. So I'm not lying about that. And on my upper body. I also have acne scars and hyperpigmentation or dark spots. The weather appeared to improve around approximately 6 p.m. in the evening. As the evening approached, however, the fact that the rain had stopped did not automatically mean that I was physically ready to reopen or continue operating the pool by myself, with all due respect. Once again, I just wanted to be honest, exercising First Amendment rights and open door policy to speak my mind freely, liberty of uncensorship. So the fact that the rain has stopped did not automatically mean that I was physically ready to reopen or continue operating the pool by myself. Once I became sick, I did not believe it would have been. I did not believe it would have been responsible to continue monitoring community residents or guests, enforcing rules, cleaning the deck, moving debris, answering questions, and responding to a possible emergency while I was the only attendant on duty. As it is, I am certain that I am the only attendant on duty at that time, and I did notify my supervisor. And I just want to be transparent and honest on here for anyone that have noticed, that have seen me around, that have known me since I've been living here in this community neighborhood for 3 months, going into 4 months here at this location here, this area. I'm grateful. I appreciate the community. I appreciate the city, and I appreciate the warm respect and mutual understanding from all the community, the residents, and the people of here in Central Texas. And of course, yeah, for people that have already known me, yes, I'm talking about here in Boulder Ridge, the city of Pflugerville, Texas, USA, near Hutto and Round Rock, not too far from ATX Austin, like about half an hour drive to ATX Austin, going the northwest part, and not too far from the Stonehill Town Center and Typhoon, Texas. And probably not a long drive going to Kalahari Indoor Water Park and conventions at Round Rock. So so yeah, I appreciate the respect and consideration and understanding from the management, from Boulder Ridge and the community residents and guests and the people of Pflugerville. Thank you for understanding, and I appreciate the warm support and mutual respect, and and as always, I am being a reasonable person, just doing my job and making sure everyone is safe. And I am trying to enforce the rules in a fair manner. I am not a TSA police. I am not any of those police. I don't believe in all that. I don't want people to think I'm those ICE police, with all due respect. Again, viewer discretion is advised. I'm not trying to be like that. I love what I do take a reasonable amount of commitment and dedication in doing my job and being there for the community and doing what's best for business. I got bills to pay, I got rent to pay, and I'm here to take care of my wife, take care of my immediate family members, trying to keep this roof over our head. And I'm sure, and I want to make sure to maximize all the available amenities for all the residents, communities, and guests. And it's fair that all the residents pay rent and that they should only allow 2 guests along with a resident, accompanying residents, according to the posted pool rules and amenity rules. So yeah, I was sick at around 5 p.m. and it was still raining at that time, and then the weather improved at 6 p.m. But of course, I don't see the reason why to open the pool when there's only 2 hours until the pool closes. I mean, for those that already seen me around that have recognized me, the pool here in this community neighborhood of Boulder Ridge, Pflugerville, it closed at 8 p.m. It closed at 8 p.m. Every usually every most of the days, 6 out of 7. I will just say this for those that have been living here for a decade here in this Boulder Ridge, at this part, South Pflugerville, at this region, at this area, here in the neighborhood community of Boulder Ridge, Pflugerville, the pool on either end, the north and the south, there are two pools. Two pools. They both close at 8 p.m. They open 6 out of 7 days. They usually close every Monday. From Tuesday through Sunday, the pool opens at 10 a.m. and the pool closes at 8 p.m. And sometimes, depending on the available pool attendant or pool monitor, if they are hired and well trained and well staffed, they may close. I mean, they may allow 5 minute or 10 minutes of a bit extra pool activity at their discretion. But usually, when the office are closed, usually at weekend when the office is closed at Sunday, I really hope the management understand that ultimately it will be at the discretion and the judgment call of the available pool attendant or pool monitor. And it's all about exercising best judgment on keeping every swimmer safe. I'm starting to understand and starting to get the gist of understanding this uh, particular work culture here in the residential area. The weather appeared to improve around approximately 6 p.m., and I'll repeat this part. As the evening approached, yes, approximately 6 p.m. as the evening approached. However, the fact that the rain had stopped did not automatically mean that I was physically ready to reopen or continue operating the pool by myself. Once I became sick, I did not believe it would have been responsible to continue monitoring residents or guests, enforcing rules, cleaning the deck, moving debris, answering questions, and responding to a possible emergency while I was the only attendant on duty, as well as continuing to be out in the hot sun. Despite that, I am trying to drink water and staying hydrated to the best of my abilities. I am still inevitably continuing to get mosquito bites, ant bites, possibly getting stung by any wasps out there. I think it is fair to just try to close the pool because I don't want other residents to be getting mosquito bites, ant bites, and all that. Since there are ants out there, and I don't have all the cleaning utensils. I don't have like a deck scrub or a squeegee. There isn't a secondary like another pool scrubber, like a pool scrubber where you bring it into the pool to scrub the bottom of the pool floors. And I'm learning to see if I can check the filter for all the skimmer basket filters to check the suction because it's not suctioning all. It's not like draining all the water, like sucking in all the water, all that particle. Some of the skimmers has all those weird particles, and I am trying to clean all that out. I mean, I don't want to. I'm just again, expressing my experience here. vocally expressing my job so far, and I love it. And I'm just trying to be fair. Again, open to policy, explaining my experience as a pool attendant, the pros and the cons, and just like how they express it on Indeed.com or Glassdoor. I think it's fair to say about it, but I love it and I appreciate the opportunity. I'm sorry, I'm derailing again. So yeah, as you can see, I have my face is itchy. I might have some mosquito bites or bug bites on my face. While I'm also managing my skin irritation and acne, moderate to severe acne on my face and body. So yeah, the weather improved around 6 p.m. and still I wasn't improving health wise. I'm still sick at that time and I had to sleep it off and rest and drink some water. So I fortunately just made at my discretion. I did notify my supervisor that I had to close for the day because I wasn't feeling well. I mean, I did specifically notify my supervisor about it that I was feeling sick. I kind of just keep it short and sweet, and I don't want to create a lot of unnecessary amount of excuse. And at the time, it was raining. I wasn't able to add that on a note, but I did add it at the bottom, at the part of the e note by email. So I emailed my supervisor my usual pool attendant observation log every day I was scheduled to work, just to have just for substantial evidence or supporting documentation of my point of view, my perspective while on duty as a pool monitor. But I'm sharing this in general as also using this as part of my own personal evidence, just to be mutually and neutrally fair and on equal terms, because I am the only pool monitor or pool attendant on duty. There is a fair pro and con and risk. So yes, it is hard to operate the pool by myself because I'm pretty sure I will easily get trampled and walk all over. Some residents are not considerate, and I know that people in general doesn't like to follow the rules. And to the best of ability for our single pool attendant, it is hard and easily overwhelming to really enforce the rule when many residents can obviously see there's only one attendant. I mean, if you look at it this way, I don't know how to describe it. It's like bandits. Like if there's 10 bandits versus a single unskilled, I don't know how to say it, an unskilled cowboy police, I will say, if there's 10 skilled bandit, well-trained skilled bandits versus one untrained cowboy vigilante, I'll say it, you can see that they're outnumbered and it's going to be overwhelming. So in that regard, even though I'm getting a hang of it, I don't think I'll be able to discipline or. But yeah, if it comes to that point where there's a lot of serious immediate health or rule violations, if I see multiple empty glass or something in the pool, and I've been reported by several residents or swimmers that reported to me that they found glass in the pool, then I'm just gonna close the pool and notify law enforcement and say the pool is closed for the day because I found glass and such. And I'll try to notify police and try to take care and try to immediately remove any harmful object or contaminants in the water that might harm the residents. I don't want any swimmers to get hurt. But you can see that is just sad and unfair on in a neutral sense. I'm just gonna be neutral in the middle. It's unfair to have only one attendant. It is unfair that the resident is not being respectfully with other swimmers and other people. We are family. We're neighbors. I don't understand why it's so hard to not follow the rules and why everyone just think they're above the law. I understand that it's hot outside. I understand people have to bring snacks and bring drinks and to cool down, get some refreshment, and there's no way to have access into the office or something to sit down. I mean, I am throwing it out there. I just want to, again, I'm just being fair and neutrally on either side. I'm just here to make it easy for everyone. My goal here is to make everyone happy, happy, happy. I want everyone have the best experience here in the community neighborhood of Boulder Ridge, Pflugerville. I want it to be the best place to live and everyone to feel welcome and having the best experience. And I can only do so much based on what I can do as a single, lonely pool monitor pool attendant. But I'm just flexible. I'm just being flexible and just doing the best of what I can. I don't want it to sound like I'm complaining, but I'm just going based on facts. I did express that on the notepad and I did inform the management about it, and I'm sure they understand. And I do appreciate that they are bringing in few pool attendants, extra pool monitors. But I really would like to go. I really believe in the buddy system, but I'll get to it later. So once I became sick, I did not believe it would have been responsible or wise to continue monitoring residents or guests, especially children, enforcing rules, cleaning the deck, moving debris, doing restroom checks, cleaning around the perimeter of the pool enclosure or the pool area, probably even picking trash around the playground, around the parking lot, or around the amenity office, answering questions and responding to a possible emergency while I was the only attendant on duty. I was the only pool attendant on duty yesterday during Friday the 19th on Juneteenth. I therefore exercised reasonable judgment, made a judgment call, and at my reasonable discretion enclosed the pool for the remainder of the day. I did notify my supervisor and the management. Well, at least I notified my immediate supervisor about it, and I do appreciate the understanding. I want to make sure that I go home safe, and I want to be safe and feel healthy. And I appreciate that that has to be understood. I'm by far am the one that is honoring my schedule, my shift, and doing to the best of my abilities. And I do appreciate the flexibility of the management and the whole community. We are a family, we are neighbors, we are people after all, and we want to keep each other safe and healthy. And I might as well turn on the room light. This lamp is getting dark. Oh my gosh. Let me also step out and turn on the outdoor light here at this house. Ugh. All right. Okay. So yes, I therefore exercised reasonable judgment, made a judgment call, and at my discretion as the only pool attendant, pool monitor on duty, and closed the pool for the remainder of the day. I documented the weather conditions, the conditions of the pool area, my observations, my point of view, perspectives, and my health concerns in my writing or of my writing in my written notepad. I also submitted electronic notes or notes and informed my immediate supervisor and management about the pool closure and my conditions. As of around 6 p.m. or 6:20 p.m. earlier as of today, June 20th, 2026 at around 6 p.m. at that time. But around, as of now, 9:54 or almost 10 p.m., I am saying all this just to share all this to everyone on Facebook and YouTube, just just to show I'm doing better, I'm feeling better, I'm doing okay, and staying updated and posted. And of course, using this as a part of a supporting document too, substantial evidence supporting document. And as always, making a name for myself as a content creator, streamer. So yes, I documented the weather conditions, the conditions of the pool area or the pool enclosure within this community neighborhood, Boulder Ridge, Pflugerville, for June 20th, 2026, Saturday. My observations and my health concerns in my written notepad. I also submitted electronic notes and informed my immediate supervisor and management about the pool enclosure and my condition. This was not a decision made casually. I want to be fair. This was not a decision made casually. It was a safety decision based on several conditions occurring at the same time. So, once again, I'll say once more, this was not a decision made casually. It was a safety decision based on several conditions occurring at the same time. The rain, the rain had made the pool deck or the concrete, the surface surrounding the edge of the pool and surrounding concrete wet. Landscaping, debris, and loose particles were present around the enclosure due to recent landscaping. I'm glad that the grass were cut and taken care of. I did not have every cleaning tool that would have been useful for a complete deck cleanup, such as a commercial deck brush. I did not have every cleaning tool that would have been useful for a complete deck cleanup, such as a commercial deck brush, surface scrubber, large squeegee, wet area cleaning equipment, or other maintenance tools, even restroom cleaning tools as a typical industrial mop, and again, a little small micro scrubber or something. I was also beginning to feel nauseated, chilled, fatigued, and physically unwell. I was the only pool attendant available at the time, and again, I did step out and take a 30-minute break and came back, but ironically, shortly it started raining, and and of course, due to the weather, as I have studied as a pool operator, like studying pool operator and common sense, had to close the pool. Even the residents understand that, and at their own accord, they evacuated their children out of the pool water and head home. Continuing to operate alone while sick could have reduced my ability to observe the full pool area, communicate clearly, respond quickly, or perform physical cleaning work safely. And this is something according to the Texas Workforce Commission, OSHA for sure, OSHA, and understanding typical standard W-2 employment when it comes to calling in sick and all that, and it was reasonable. So yeah, I wasn't feeling well overall, and I was the only pool attendant available at the time, and even yesterday. Continuing to operate alone while sick could have reduced my ability to observe the full pool area, communicate clearly, respond quickly, or perform physical cleaning work safely. Even though the weather improved later, my physical condition had not immediately returned to normal. Reopening the pool simply because the rain stopped would not have removed the staffing concern or restored my ability to perform every duty safely, especially if I'm still going to get insect bite, mosquito bites, ant bites, continue to get stung by bee and wasp, and being inevitably under the hot sun, under the hot weather. Yeah, that's not going to really help with the sunburn, the heat stroke, or all that. I mean, I brought water. I have some water, but still being out in the hot sun is not going to prevent sunburn or any form of heat related illness. I want to throw that out there. I have studied this on video and I have watched the videos and I understand all that. I am well trained and again that's common sense. Every staff when working outdoors understand that and have a right to express that concern. But again, I wasn't feeling well at the time, and I had to close the pool for the remainder of the day. So I apologize to all the swimmers, residents, and the community in general, to all the neighborhood neighbors, and I appreciate your understanding and mutual respect of the decision made here. I am now recovering slowly. Around this time, close to 10 p.m. or about to be 10 p.m., I am now recovering slowly. I still have some itching from insect bites, ongoing skin irritation, back soreness, and an unusual feeling of fatigue. I could certainly use additional rest. Well, I could have rest right now and sleep, but I have a lot of things to do, and I really like to be a content creator. I like to upload stuff and really start fulfilling my dream career goal, but that's on me. So I could use additional rest and possibly a back massage, a full body massage for the back discomfort. But I am feeling slowly better than I did earlier. Now, the importance of buddy system, the importance of a buddy system. This situation also reinforces why I strongly support a buddy system for pool attendants, security personnel, military personnel, armed forces, law enforcement, community monitors, and other employees or enforcers who are responsible for public safety or rule enforcement. So in that role, I support buddy system or two-man, two-staff, two-man partnership. I hope and hopefully that these every employer in these enforcement roles or bouncer role, law enforcement, or anything that has to do with enforcing rules, policies, and laws. I will say this as a political change, here to change all that, change this whole policies and change the whole system structure. One person should not always be expected to observe an entire facility. I don't want that to be a solid expectation. One person, one enforcer should not always be expected to observe an entire facility, answer questions, handle cleaning duties, document incidents, enforce rules, watch the weather, manage disagreements, respond to emergencies, and protect their own health at the same time. It should not be one person versus X amount of residents, people in general, because if they all violate the rules in mass, like an anarchy, think about it. I'm sure the management wants to keep every staff safe as well. And all together as a whole, we are all people. We're trying to keep each other safe. And I appreciate the support and volunteers in helping enforce the rule all together. I appreciate it. But again, one person should not always be expected to observe an entire facility, answer questions, handle cleaning duties, document incidents, enforce rules, watch the weather, manage disagreements, handle difficult people in general, especially if they're possibly violent or confrontational, respond to emergencies, risk their lives, and protect their own health at the same time. It should be like that. A second attendant or nearby staff member could provide additional observation of the pool and deck areas, backup during emergencies or medical concerns, without having to really press the police button or 911, like some kind of a 911 emergency call box. I really don't feel like it's appropriate to just to really waste police time or law enforcement time and resources for every multiple non-compliance on the same day. Like if there's so many serious health and safety violation at a gym or at a pool or at a park, I would rather shut down the whole area for the day to clean up, to document, and to cite the number of serious rule violators and non-compliance. I want to make that loud and clear. I am getting a hang of doing my job, and I am doing my best to recognize those that are violating the rules, that are being too daring or overly playful, having too much fun, way too much fun, because I am getting to know the community, and I'm sure you have seen me around. You're recognizing me. You're starting to recognize me because I come in regularly doing my job, and I am being fair and reasonable in a justified manner. just again doing my job. But I don't believe that one person or one enforcer should be doing all that. I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's safe. I don't understand. I don't understand that kind of system or that kind of expectation from almost any W-2 jobs or any jobs like that. I don't understand any security or any enforcement jobs having to lay down the rules, the laws, and the policy. I don't want them to go through that kind of risk of being all alone and not gain any help. So again, a second attendant or nearby staff member could provide additional observation of the pool and deck areas, backup during emergencies or medical concerns without having to call the police for help and wasting their time and resources and expecting to wait about 10 minutes or 20 minutes. So again, backup during emergencies or medical concerns or distressing concerns. A second witness during rule violations or disputes. I do appreciate for any residents or community swimmers or those that are very humble to follow the rules and to help me out. Would be lovely, would be great. Instead of just going there to go swimming and just, oh, that's not my problem kind of feeling. I appreciate the volunteers and the help. Assistance, assistance, assistance communicating with residents and guests. Assistance communicating with residents and guests, especially with all respect, if they speak Spanish or any other languages that have language barriers. I appreciate the assistance with that. Coverage while one employee uses the restrooms. Take a break. That's reasonable here. That is reasonable for the buddy system. Coverage while one employee uses the restroom, takes a break, becomes sick, or contacts management. Help with cleaning, trash removal, wet floor concerns, and debris. Like that will make that's a teamwork makes the dream work, as the saying go. Oh my gosh. I need to drink some water and my back hurts. Oh my gosh. Sword Online wallet. Wearing a t-shirt and a hat. That's how much a fan I am to this anime. For the honor of Sword Online and the honor of the Knights of the Blood Oath, KOB. Oh boy. Oh yeah. So yeah, that makes sense. Why I agree with having a two-man buddy system, two-man partnership, double attendant. I don't really want this to be a strict expectation that only one lone attendant or monitor are on duty. I mean, I'm glad I can able to at least communicate with a management, like a supervisor on call in that regard. But yeah, I appreciate coverage while I become sick, take a break, or something like that. Help with cleaning. Help with cleaning, trash removal, wet floor concerns and debris, faster communication with emergency services or management, greater accountability for employees and visitors. Greater accountability for employees and visitors. A calmer and more professional response when someone refuses to follow the posted rules. So again, a calmer and more professional response when someone refuses to follow the posted rules. I will say this on the news, again, on the news, I've seen this, I heard about this. I have seen and heard news reports involving lone security guards and other isolated workers being placed in dangerous situations without immediate backup. I have seen the news, and I think I seen the news that involve a shooting at a church, at an Islamic Muslim church somewhere in California. I have seen that. So now I'm just saying this as a fact. I have paid attention to the breaking news reports. So again, I have seen and heard news reports involving lone security guards and other isolated workers being placed in dangerous situations without immediate backup. I do not want to exaggerate those incidents or create unnecessary fear, anxiety, or panic, but the basic concern is real. A worker who is completely alone may be more vulnerable during a confrontation, medical emergency, accident, or unexpected disturbance. And again, this is true that I've seen on other YouTube content and what happened to lone security guards that are all alone. Even a single police officer can be easily outnumbered and overwhelmed, being put in that situation without backup. I mean, I believe in nearby backup, immediate backup, without taking 10 or 20 minutes or half an hour. And I don't want to be one of those people put in that situation with all respect. I do not want to exaggerate those incidents or create unnecessary fear, panic, anxiety, or in that regard, some kind of a scare tactics or so. But the basic concern is real. A worker who is completely alone may be more vulnerable during a confrontation, being outnumbered or surrounded by potentially dangerous people or a group or a gang of people, medical emergency, accident, or unexpected disturbance. A buddy system does not guarantee that every problem will be prevented. However, having two trained people, three or small, like a Fantastic Four style, small group of attendants or enforcers. I mean, if there's a few manpower of trained enforcers, I would say, present can improve communication, response time, documentation, situational awareness, personal safety, and better enforcing the rules versus one enforcer out of so many people that could be in an anarchist like the purge style franchise that can easily gang bang and gang up on a single security. And worst case scenario, that security personnel may not make it out alive. I have seen that on the news and heard that horror story on YouTube and all that, and I want to provide awareness and express this publicly and openly. Why I believe that the buddy system, I believe in this buddy system. So again, a buddy system does not guarantee that every problem will be prevented. However, having two or more trained people or enforcers present can improve communication, response time, documentation, situational awareness, enforcing the rules better, and personal safety. I mean, more enforcers, and in a size of manpower can show that people will take the rules and abide by the rules seriously, compared to just one single enforcer doing the best of his or her abilities versus being overwhelmed and outnumbered by people in general, like anarchy and all that. I mean, it's obvious. Safety matters in general. Additional staffing may also encourage better compliance. As I said earlier, the more people, the more enforcers, let's just say 10 enforcers versus 5 residents or 5 people in general. I mean, they will comply to the rules. They are serious about it. It shows how serious they mean business about enforcing the rules to keep you safe. They are there to keep you safe. Having having enough securities or so to lay down the law shows that they mean business and it keeps everyone safe as long as they are being polite, friendly, courteous, considerate, showing that they are there to keep everyone safe and to remind everyone to follow the law and to report suspicious behavior to them. That's what they're for. I mean, in a sense, we have more enforcers and safety members that would help instead of having just one, and then they get overwhelmed and then they end up in the hospital and they couldn't make it. It's sad. It's sad. I want to put it that way. I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want that to happen to any other attendant or any other police officers, lone security officer, police officer, armed force. I don't want to see that happening. I don't want any single enforcer to go home in the body bag. With all respect, I don't like that. They're just there to do their job. They're there keep the community safe. They are there to try to be reasonable when enforcing the rules. I hope they are friendly, and hopefully they don't go home in the hospital. They don't end up in the hospital, or in much worst case scenario, they didn't make it out alive. I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want that to happen to anyone that are all alone, left in the dark. That's why I'm trying. That's why I really want to paint this picture that I support a buddy system, having two or more trained attendant or extra witness present. And I do appreciate dedicated volunteers to help me out, and I appreciate those that follow the rules and help me communicate and be on my side. I appreciate the help and the assistance. So additional staffing may also encourage better compliance. When residents and guests see that the facility is properly staffed and actively monitored, they may be more likely to take posted rules and employee instructions seriously, especially if the management are on the pool attendant side and not against the pool attendant. I mean, they're there to enforce the rules, and they're doing just that and exercising reasonable safety precautions if they see anything that could be a safety hazard. So again, when additional staffing may also encourage better compliance. When residents and guests see that the facility is properly staffed and actively monitored, they may be more likely to take posted rules and employee instructions seriously. One attendant can address one issue while the second person continues watching the water and the surrounding areas. That's a good teamwork right there. Once again, teamwork makes the dream work. This is not about intimidating residents or creating an aggressive enforcement environment. We are not like those police on the news. We are not ICE or TSA. We're not we don't believe in that. It is about having enough support to keep the atmosphere safe, calm, respectful, and organized. And again, I rather not like to see so many rowdy and serious health and safety compromise going on around the pool or anywhere around the amenity, the office, and such. Because it's not fair to those that pay rent, that are destroying the amenity or ruining it for everyone, creating all other complaints because another guest or outsider are ruining it for all the paying legitimate residents living in that area. I am saying this from my experience and saying this from the bottom of my heart and speaking this openly because I know some of the residents don't like to follow the rule and they are making it unsafe for others that follow the rules. And I am trying to even it out, trying to remind everyone to follow the rules. And I'm trying to be fair. And I'm reminding everyone now, for all the viewers and audience hearing this on Facebook and YouTube, trying to keep the peace and keep the community safe. I understand that staffing and scheduling decisions ultimately belong to the management. It is the management decision and the choice. So again, I understand that staffing and scheduling decisions ultimately belong to management. But I am simply expressing my professional opinion, concerns as a constructive feedback based on my direct experience performing the job. No pool attendant, security guard, or any other or any other attendant, whether that's a game attendant at an entertainment center, security guard, community monitor, or safety focused employee or enforcer should feel abandoned while handling a difficult or urgent situation. Teamwork matters, communication matters, documentation matters, backup matters. And again, I support the buddy system. I believe two or three to be positioned and stationed at the pool, especially one going around the outside perimeter of the amenity office or at the around the surrounding area of that enclosure of that space around the perimeter, while one watches from the enclosure and the another doing the utility work like cleaning trash and all that, all together as a teamwork, as the three musketeer style, and having a supervisor on call supervisor will be helpful. while we all document what we see and we communicate, we share, and one send an email, we all communicate like that. And I appreciate volunteers, residents, people in general that follow, that comply with the rule, that abide by the rule, honor the rules, and listen to the staff. I appreciate the volunteers and the help, and we come together as a family, neighborhood. We are people in general, and we all here to hope to come and have fun, see another day, go swim another day, have fun, explore, and all that. I want to paint a vibrant, uplifting perspective in general that we are people and we hope to get along as families, neighbors, and hope that rules are there to keep you safe, not to take away your fun. So I just want to express that. But again, no pool attendant, security guard, community monitor, or safety focused employee or enforcer should feel abandoned while handling a difficult or urgent situation or a distressing call. Teamwork matters, communication matters, documentation matters, backup matters, and having a buddy system matters. Now, regarding the pool safety, so any pool, swimming areas in general, pool safety reminder. Now, to the community, to the neighborhoods, to the residents and guests, to the people in general, please continue following all posted pool rules. Walk, do not run. Supervise children closely. Do not swim alone. And do not trespass. Do not try to force entry. Keep food and drinks away from the pool edge and out of the pool water. But of course, it is water only. Most pool enclosures only allow water, no food, snacks, or other drinks, beverages within the pool enclosure in the pool area. But otherwise, keep food and drinks away from the pool edge and out of the pool water. Do not bring any glass container or any glass, sharp objects, or alcohol into the pool enclosure or into the pool space, pool area. They are not allowed. Do not smoke or vape inside the enclosure or at least 5 feet from the area. But of course, people can smell the tobacco, people can smell the vape, and it's inevitable. But please do not smoke or vape inside the enclosure. Avoid pushing, wrestling, tackling, dangerous horseplay, or extreme disruptive behavior. I've been seeing that, and I did blow the whistle, and I did communicate it to certain individuals about it and document that. So please avoid pushing, overly pushing, shoving, wrestling, tackling, dangerous horseplay, harsh play, or disruptive behavior. Please and thank you. Keep clothing, shoes, bags, toys, other water, swimming related items, and other belongings away from walkways where they may become trip hazards. Try to keep it at the tables or in the deck area, far away from the pool edges, near the pool water. Please and thank you. Be mindful of other swimmers and the people around you. So again, be mindful of other swimmers and the people around you. Follow instructions provided by management and authorized pool staff. Report serious hazards or emergencies immediately. These rules are not intended to take away anyone's enjoyment. They exist for the purpose and for the reason to reduce preventable injuries, sanitation problems, conflicts, and emergency situations. It is not hard to follow the rules. I appreciate everyone who understands why the pool I appreciate everyone who understands why the pool had to remain closed and why an attendant's health must also be considered. A person who is sick, physically weak, or unable to concentrate should not be expected to manage an active community pool alone. I am continuing to rest. Well, I'm not resting right now. I don't feel tired, honestly. I already took a nap earlier, but I am continuing to rest, recover, document the situation accurately, and keep management informed. Thank you for your understanding, cooperation, and respect for community safety. And that's the memo for that segment. Now you give me some time, give me some moment. I'm gonna drink some water and trying to stretch a bit. Oh boy, oh my back aches. Okay. Okay.
I can't keep living like this.
Okay. Okay, just taking a breather. And all right, continue on to the next subject. Just sharing here. Let's revisit back to fandom events. Again, fandom events, that company brand, that convention company brand, that organizer. Fandom events, FE, Chapter 7, and event status update. This statement is being provided for public information, documentation, and consumer awareness, customer attendee awareness. On June 19, 2026, on June 19, 2026, I received a written response from Phantom Events stating that the company is currently in the middle of its Chapter 7 filing process. The message said that an additional update may be provided once that process is finished and advised supporters to check the company's Discord for further information. Federal bankruptcy records confirm that Phantom Events LLC filed a voluntary Chapter 7 bankruptcy case on January 30th, 2026 in the United States Bankruptcy Court for the Northern District of Texas, Amarillo Division. The case number is two six dash BK dash 20026. Again, the case number is two 226 hyphen or dash BK dash 226 period. At this time, I am not stating that the bankruptcy case has been completed, dismissed, or formally closed. I am also not stating that any creditor, vendor, ticket holder, employee, guest, or other party has received payment, or resolution unless supported by official documentation. Fandom Events public website states that the company has ceased operations and will not produce future events. It also states It also states that certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and related digital properties, were sold to Lion and Crown LLC on January 26, 2026. According to that statement, Lion and Crown LLC did not acquire Phantom Events operating business, contracts, debts, refund obligations, liabilities, or prior claims. Matters involving past tickets, vendor agreements, contracts, payments, refunds, or other obligations are reported being handled through the appropriate legal and administrative processes. Public information has also indicated an association between Joshua Wilson and both Phantom Events and Lion and Crown. Public information has also indicated an association between Joshua Wilson and both Phantom Events and Lion and Crown. However, however, Phantom Events maintains that the two companies are legally separate and that Lion and Crown is not a continuation of Phantom Events. Now again, however, Phantom Events maintains that the two companies are legally separate and that Lion and Crown is not a continuation of Phantom Events. I will therefore avoid making conclusions that have not been established through court findings or verified corporate documents. Several event pages remain visible online. Windbloom 2026 is advertised for August 21st through 23rd, Friday through Sunday, 2026, at the Mesquite Convention Center in Mesquite, Texas, near Dallas. Which is also tied to the Hampton Inn Hotel over there. It is described as a fan celebration involving Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, cosplay, vendors, panels, guests, and theme entertainment. Enchanting Shadows is advertised for December 31st, 2026 through January 3rd, 2027 at the Hilton Richardson, Dallas. It is promoted as an adults-only convention focused on romantasy, dark fantasy, erotica, writers, workshops, vendors, cosplay, and immersive roleplay. Alt Life Expo or Alternative Life Expo is advertised through a Tixar listing for January 15th through 17th, 2027 at the Hyatt Regency Aurora Denver Conference Center in Colorado. It is described as an educational and community-focused alternative lifestyle event. These listings should not automatically be interpreted as final confirmation that the event will proceed exactly as advertised. Once again, these listings should not automatically be interpreted as final confirmation that the event will proceed exactly as advertised. Some pages continue to use Phantom Events branding and contact information, even though Phantom Events publicly states that it has ceased operations. Yes, that it has ceased operations. For consumer protection, anyone considering purchasing admission, reversing a vendor table. So again, for consumer protection, anyone considering purchasing admission, reserving a vendor table, entering a sponsorship agreement, booking travel, or making a hotel reservation should independently confirm the full legal name of the current event organizer, whether the advertised venue has confirmed the booking. So whether the advertised venue has confirmed the booking, which company will receive the payment, again, which company will receive the payment, which company is legally responsible for refunds, whether earlier purchases. Oh, thank you. Chris Rispy and Blake Reynolds followed you. Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow on Facebook. Appreciate the long-term followers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel. So thank you followers on Facebook and thank you subscribers. Appreciate it. So again, regarding Phantom events slash Lion and Crown. So again, for consumer protection and consumer awareness, independently confirm the full legal name of the current event organizer, whether the advertised venue has confirmed the booking, which company will receive the payment, which company is legally responsible for refunds, if the convention is most than likely canceled, whether earlier purchases remain valid, whether vendor contracts have been transferred or replaced, whether the event has adequate insurance, staffing, and security. Again, whether the event has adequate insurance, staffing, and security, whether cancellation and chargeback rights are provided in writing. There are also Reddit comments and other community discussions containing complaints and allegations involving cancellations, unpaid obligations, refund confusion, volunteer treatment, and event management. So there has been some claims, comments, or testimonial claiming misconduct and bad business practices. These statements may represent genuine personal experiences, but they remain individual testimony unless supported by receipts, contracts, correspondence, court documents, or other independently verifiable evidence. I am not declaring anyone guilty of fraud, theft, or another crime. Those determinations belong to courts, law enforcement, regulators, or other authorized agencies after reviewing evidence and providing due process. My purpose is to document the information based on what's available information that can be searched, Google search on the internet. So again, my purpose is to document the information, encourage transparency or open discussion in an honest manner, and remind attendees, artists, vendors, guests, staff members, volunteers, and sponsors to protect themselves, to also encourage transparency and to be honest in their own observation, perspective, and from their own personal experience tied to fandom events or slash Lion and Crown LLC, and to the owners behind those said organizations. Preserve your receipts or invoice, contracts, ticket confirmations, bank statements, emails, screenshots, advertisements, and other records. Communicate in writing whenever possible. Do not rely solely on rumors, hearsay, he said, she said, tattletales, deleted posts, DMs or private messages, or verbal promises or rhetorical statements. It's all about everything in writing, solid writing. I will continue watching for official court filings, verified company statements, venue confirmations, and documented updates regarding Phantom events, Lion and Crown, Windbloom, Enchanting Shadows, Alt Life Expo, and related ticketing matters. This is a consumer awareness statement and not legal advice. Okay. Let me go check on. Yeah, no current viewers on YouTube. Oh, sorry. Having bad habit of picking my skin. Acne. And allergies. Don't have the money for skincare products. Then how to pay bills, house payment, and all that. So again, thank you. Thank you for the views. Thank you for the followers. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. So around this time, again, I lost 3 followers and 1 friend. 3 followers and 1 friend. Appreciate hoping to break 600 to 1,000 followers. Hoping to get my content monetized here on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Pinterest, Tumblr, TikTok, DeviantArt, Reddit, 4chan, Truth Social, Blue Sky. I mean, whatever I can create my content or create multiple account and to share. Oh, your story got 50 readers. Nice. Okay. All right. Well, trying to make money. I'm trying to scrunch, make pennies and monies to pay bills and keep up with the uh trip to Honolulu, Hawaii. But yeah. All right. So moving on to the next point here. News, health, and public safety update as of June 20, 2026, or Saturday, June 20, 2026. So once again, good day, viewers and audience. This is General Sunbeam, Sunbeam 007, reporting with a current news and public safety update. Before beginning, please remember that breaking information can change quickly. So again, and also viewer discretion is advised. This is talking about politics and news. So please remember that breaking information can change quickly. I encourage everyone to verify major developments through official agencies and multiple credible news organizations rather than relying only on social media posts and hearsay or social media posts, screenshots, rumors, or edited video clips, and just blind hearsay. But this is based on my research here and and documentation, and I'm just sharing this here for academic and commentary. President Trump, Iran, and the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump and Iran have entered an interim agreement intended to stop the current conflict while negotiators work toward a broader nuclear agreement. The agreement provides approximately 60 days for further negotiation. The agreement provides approximately 60 days for further negotiations. However, the situation remains unstable. Iran has said that it closed the Strait of Hormuz again. So Iran has said that it closed the Strait of Hormuz again, while the United States disputes that claim and says commercial ships continue moving through the waterway. Additional negotiations are expected in Switzerland. Additional negotiations are expected in Switzerland. This remains important because the Strait of Hormuz is a major route for international oil shipments. Any military escalation, shipping disruption, blockade, or failed negotiation could affect energy markets, transportation costs, consumer confidence, and prices worldwide. Gasoline and energy prices. Gasoline prices have recently moved slightly downward after rising sharply during the conflict. The latest national figure widely reported was just below $4 per gallon. That does not mean every station will charge the same amount. Prices differ by state, city, refinery access, transportation expenses, taxes, and local supply. Drivers should continue comparing prices, planning trips responsibly. Like I'm not doing a good job myself doing DoorDash or lunch drop. Drivers should continue comparing prices, planning trips responsibly, maintaining their vehicles, wear and tear, gas and oil change, tires, brakes, and all that. Maintaining their vehicles, wear and tear, and overall health, and avoiding panic buying. Oil markets can change rapidly whenever there is uncertainty involving war, shipping routes, refineries, pipelines, sanctions, or international negotiations. Which is why I don't like that the government is pulling all this string here like a puppet master. Now, moving on to the hantavirus, the Andes Public Health Agency continue monitoring an Andes hantavirus outbreak associated with the expedition ship NV Hondias. Again, regarding the hantavirus update, Public Health Agency continue monitoring an Andes hantavirus outbreak associated with the expedition ship NV Hondias. Texas health officials previously confirmed that 2 Texas residents had traveled on the ship. At the time of the state's announcement, both individuals reported no symptoms and were cooperating with health monitoring. This does not mean that hantavirus is spreading casually throughout Texas, similar to COVID-19, the coronavirus pandemic, or the H1N1 swine flu, or the latest Ebola outbreak. I think the one that occurred in 2014 or 2016 under President Barack Obama presidency. So again, this does not mean that the hantavirus is spreading casually throughout Texas. Most hantaviruses are associated with exposure to infected rodents. Rodents, their urine, droppings, saliva, or contaminated dust. The Andes strain can spread between people in limited circumstances, but health officials say that it generally requires close and prolonged contact with someone who is actively ill or sick. Anyone receiving direct instructions from public health authorities should follow those instructions and contact a medical professional if symptoms develop. Now, moving on to the next disease, Ebola update. The Ebola update. A serious Ebola outbreak involving the Buden Bundibugyo strain is continuing in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. The World Health Organization (WHO) or WHO has declared a public health emergency of international concern. This is serious, but WHO has not classified it as a pandemic emergency. Same thing with the hantavirus. The response includes isolation, testing, contact tracing, medical treatment, protective equipment, public health education, and strengthen screening. Viewers should avoid spreading panic or unsupported claims. And again, he said, she said, hearsay, rumors, gossip, and false narratives. Again, misinformation or fake news. Follow updates from the WHO, from the World Health Organization, national health ministries, and qualified medical professionals. Now, moving on to the next news, alleged UFC event attack plot. The United States Justice Department has announced charges against 5 men in connection with an alleged plot targeting officials and other people attending UFC Freedom 250 at the White House. Again, alleged UFC event attack plot. I already knew this was going to happen and anticipated that this something would happen based on what I saw on the previous news on ABC, NBC, MSBN, or something regarding this UFC event taking place at the White House on the White House property on the White House ground. And I had a feeling that there's going to be an attack plot. plot of an attack or terrorism. So the United States Justice Department has announced charges against five men in connection with an alleged plot targeting officials and other people attending UFC Freedom 250 at the White House. Authorities say the alleged attack was disrupted before it could be carried out. Authorities say the alleged attack was disrupted before it could be carried out. The investigation remains ongoing. It is important to use the word allege, and arrest for criminal charge is not the same as a conviction. Courts must examine the evidence and provide due process. Yes, due process. Now moving on to the next part of the news, recent shootings in Central Texas safety. A recent shooting on Chicago's South Side left at least 12 people injured. According to police, investigators were still searching for those responsible when the initial report was issued. Here in Central Texas, the deadly March attack on West 6th Street in Austin remains an important reminder that emergencies can develop suddenly, particularly around crowded nightlife districts. Major events, parking areas, and public gathering places. So here in Central Texas, the deadly March attack on West 6th Street in Austin remains an important reminder that emergencies can develop suddenly, particularly around crowded nightlife districts, major events, parking areas, and public gathering places. Again, if there's only one security officer, so security guard guarding all these business on the street, one security enforcer is not enough. I again support the buddy system. There should be two, three, or four security enforcers plus some police officers patrolling. That will be greatly appreciated. This does not mean people should live in constant fear. Again, this does not mean people should live in constant fear. I don't like that. It shouldn't have to be that way. It means people should stay calm, alert, and prepared. I mean, we people in Good Samaritans and those can also play a part. When you see something, you hear something suspicious, say something, document it, report it. We got to put a stop to all these sudden and abrupt criminal behavior and suspicious activity. I don't understand why this has to happen. Could never understand that. But yeah, no, I don't support criminal behavior, and all suspicious activity should be called out, addressed, taken care of, documented, reported, and put a stop to it. That's why every business, every employment, and any event encourage snitching, because otherwise you can be held accountable in a court of law by law enforcement, because that's the law. And again, see something, say something. When somebody's telling you not to snitch, or assuming like that word means suspicion. The word snitch is obviously meaning suspicion. When someone's telling you not to snitch or they're trying to curb stomp snitchers, that's a suspicious activity already. That's like code orange or code yellow. If because the word means someone's gonna do something wrong, commit atrocity, barbaric act, heinous crimes or something that could lead to violence or harm. The word snitch, yeah, when someone say, "Don't snitch, please don't snitch," or they're trying to stop or retaliate against those that snitches, that's sus. That's suspicious. That's bad. Code orange, code yellow, right there. I don't want to be hanging out around somebody that doesn't encourage snitching or I don't know, encourage snitching. Like what I'm trying to say is I don't support anyone that is trying to retaliate against snitchers. So if you're trying to do something and you're trying to keep it a secret, yeah, don't be doing it in the first place. From the get-go, in the first place, don't do it. Don't commit the barbaric act. Don't hurt somebody. Don't be doing crimes. Criminal behaviors will be called out. And there are cameras. If you're out in public, there are CCTV surveillance cameras. And people do live stream. People do blog. People do take pictures. They got cameras. There are photographers, videographers, there's news reporters. Again, almost every in public has CCTV cameras, traffic cameras, weather cameras, trail cameras, and people like content creators and streamers, bloggers like myself, they also have cameras. So remember that. So don't be retaliating against snitchers, and people will see something, say something. People will snitch. Remember that. Every business, every employers, and people in general will encourage people to snitch, to address it out, to call it out for what it is. See something, hear something, say something, document it, report it to law enforcement, put a stop to all criminal behavior and suspicious activities. We don't want anyone to get hurt. We don't want to have more lives lost. We want to save lives. We want everyone to feel safe, keep the community safe. So I want to make that loud and clear. Wherever you're at, be mindful of your surrounding, and be considerate and courteous to your neighbors. We are all families. We are all in this together. We want to have a safe community, safe space. So general personal safety reminder. So we're moving on to that. That leads to the general personal safety reminder. Once again, please remain aware of your surroundings, especially at night. At this hour, it's almost midnight as of now. It's 11:21 p.m. here, Texas Central Daytime. It's summer. It's June, Saturday, June the 20th, 2026. Again, 11:21 p.m. Texas Central Daytime here in Central Texas. It is Central Daytime here, not the Mountain Time, not the Pacific Time, not the Eastern Time, here in the mainland of America. So again, please remain aware of your surroundings, especially at night, especially around this hour, in parking lots, near entertainment districts, at public events, at the bar, while traveling, and when live streaming in public, IRL, and especially if you had enough alcohol that you feel intoxicated. Be really mindful about that. And again, know your limits when drinking alcohol. Do not drink and drive, and do not go with a stranger. The most, be careful with Ubers, Lyft, and any other drivers. Make sure to at least notify somebody. Let somebody know when you're drinking, you're intoxicated. Make sure you let your loved one know or your close friends. Let somebody know. I mean, it is inevitable. Like, try to post, try to at least, I don't know what I can say, but try to at least communicate and provide some sort of lead where your last word, and letting your families or your loved one knows that you're at the bar, you're drinking, you're not feeling well, you got intoxicated, like something like that, and then take a picture and screenshot of the Uber, the vehicle, the make and model, the driver, the invoice, receipt, again, all that. Try to create leads and create some form of transparency, knowing where your last were, where your last activity, so that if, in case of something like that happens, something bad happens, you can at least let your loved one know, hey, I'm hanging out with this person, and then if the person didn't return home safely, that's the last lead and all that, to provide those leads to law enforcement to ensure the kidnapped, and those that are affected, the victims that were targeted, comes home safely. So please remain aware of your surroundings, especially at night, in parking lots, near entertainment districts, at public events, while traveling, and when live streaming in public. Do not, do not follow a stranger or someone you have only recently met. Once again, do not follow a stranger or someone you have recently met into an dead end area, unfamiliar building, haunted building, or skeptical buildings, hotel room, private residence, or vehicle when you feel uncertain or unsafe. Once again, do not follow a stranger or someone you have recently met into an isolated alley, dead end area, unfamiliar building, hotel room, Congo, private residence, or vehicle when you feel uncertain or unsafe. Tell a trusted person or tell a family member, let parents know. Tell a trusted person, again, tell a trusted person, whether that's your family member, loved one, husband, wife, a very close friend, where you are going. Use the buddy system whenever practical. Keep your phone charged, fully charged if you can. Bring a battery pack or battery charger. Arrange reliable transportation. Arrange reliable transportation and avoid becoming isolated while impaired, exhausted, or distracted. So once again, tell a trusted person, whether that's a close friend or a family member, your parents, grandparents, cousins, where you are going. Use the buddy system whenever practical. Keep your phone fully charged. Arrange reliable transportation and avoid becoming isolated while impaired, exhausted, or distracted. A small personal alarm, a small personal alarm whistle, a small personal alarm whistle, flashlight, or a legally permitted defensive spray may provide an additional safety option. Check local laws and property policies. Learn how to use any device safely and use defensive equipment only to create an opportunity to escape an immediate threat, not to threaten, confront, punish, or pursue someone. Once again, a small personal alarm, whistle, flashlight, or legally permitted defensive spray may provide an additional safety option. Check local laws and property policies. Learn how to use any device safely and use defensive equipment only to create an opportunity to escape an immediate threat, not to threaten, confront, punish, or pursue someone. If you observe suspicious behavior, move to a safe and populated location. If you observe suspicious behavior, once again, move to a safe and populated location. Do not confront or chase the person. Do not confront or chase the person. Contact emergency services when there is an immediate threat. Contact emergency service, the first responders, when there is an immediate threat. Use the non-emergency police number for suspicious activity that is not an active emergency. Record, rec- Record the time, location, clothing description, vehicle type, direction of travel, and other distinguishing details. Photograph, Photograph or record only when it can be done safely. Preserve the original files for investigators. Preserve the original files for investigators. Do not publicly post an innocent person's face, home address, or license plate and encourage online retaliation. Again, that's what I call doxing. Doxing. Yep, that's doxing. So again, do not publicly post an innocent person's face, home address, or license plate and encourage online retaliation. That is called doxing and possibly swatting. And again, undermining an innocent reputation of one's reputation. So be careful about that. Accurate license plate, vehicle description, location, and time can help investigators, but personal safety is more important than obtaining evidence. Never approach a dangerous person merely to get a clear photograph. Obviously, so your health and safety, number one priority, is more important than obtaining evidence. Never approach a dangerous person merely to get a clear photograph. Creator, Streamer, and public figure safety. So again, creator, streamer, and public figure safety, and celebrities. For models, celebrities, public officials, journalists, bloggers, cosplayers, content creators, and IRL streamers may face increased exposure because their routines, appearances, locations, and personal information can become publicly visible. And to everyone doing all that, you agree to the terms of service, you agree to the guidelines, this natural TOS, terms of service, that you are exposing yourself. You are exposing yourself to potential stalkers, creepers, doxers, stream snipers, and people that are going to track you down and try to find you. So if you do not consent to such exposures, just remember that's the risk. If you're trying to become models, celebrity figures, public figures, public officials, journalists, news reporters, bloggers, cosplayers, all that. You agree to the terms of the service that you're exposing yourself and you're welcoming creepers, stalkers to your location, to whatever you're at. And that's what I call doxing, in a sense. So because you're doing your usual routine, your appearances, your locations, surrounding locations, and personal information can become publicly visible. So possible risks include harassment, online harassment, or in-person harassment. Again, doxing, swatting, stalking, creepers, impersonation. As I said, doxing, swatting, unwanted tracking, threats, and attempts to discover a person's residence or daily schedule. Yes, that's the possible risk. And I'm sure I've seen this on YouTube and many content creators on various YouTube of all these incidents, including on news too, on breaking news. Public facing creators should consider public facing creators should consider delaying posts until after leaving a location. Delaying posts, again, delaying posts until after leaving a location. I'm not doing a good job, to be honest. I'm not doing a good job either. So delaying posts until after leaving a location. Avoiding live streams that reveal a home address. Again, delaying posts until after leaving a location, avoiding live streams that reveal a home address or repeated daily routes, hiding mail, identification, vehicle documents, access badges, access badges, and house numbers, blurring license plates and bystanders before publishing footages, which is impossible. I mean, it can be impossible. So blurring license plates and bystanders before publishing footage. Separating public creator accounts from private family accounts. Separating public creator accounts from private family accounts. Using strong, unique passwords and multi-factor authentication. Saving screenshots, messages, usernames, dates, and links involving credible threats. Blocking and reporting suspicious accounts rather than arguing with them. Informing family, employers, property management, or law enforcement when a threat becomes specific or persistent. So again, informing family, employers, property management, or law enforcement when a threat becomes specific or persistent. Not every unfamiliar person is dangerous, though. But I will say this again: not every unfamiliar person is dangerous, and not every unusual vehicle indicates criminal activity. Remain observant without accusing people publicly or creating unnecessary panic. The goal is prevention, documentation, responsible reporting, and safe decision making. Stay informed, remain calm, respect other people, protect your private information, and exercise reasonable safety precautions. Again, this is General Sunbeam 007. Thank you for watching, sharing responsibly, and helping keep our communities informed and safe. Okay. All right, got me some food. I am hungry. Eating. It's already midnight. It is Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, viewers and audience. At this time, it is 12:01 a.m. It is 6. It is Sunday, June 21st, 2026. Happy Father's Day to everyone. Happy Father's Day. The food is hot. So live stream update, FIFA World Cup, Austin Pflugerville News, weather and convention safety. So once again, good evening, viewers. At this time, it's midnight. It is midnight. It is after dark. It is degenerate hours. It is 75 degrees Fahrenheit. The weather is clear. So once again, good evening, viewers. At this time, this is General Sunbeam 007 with a current sports, local news, weather, and public safety update. I will explain everything clearly and step by step to the best of my abilities. Please remember that live sports scores, weather, and emergency information can change quickly. Always check always check an official source for the latest information for up-to-date information. FIFA World Cup update. First, let us discuss the 2026 FIFA World Cup. No country has won the World Cup yet. From my understanding, no country has won the World Cup yet. We are still in the group stage. This means the teams are playing their early matches to earn points and qualify for the knockout rounds. The actual World Cup championship final is not happening on Father's Day, which is today, or at the time it is 12:03 a.m. So happy Father's Day. The final is scheduled for Sunday, July 19th, 2026, at approximately 2 p.m. Central Time. Here are the latest results from Saturday, June 20. The Netherlands defeated Sweden by a score of 5 to 1. 5 to 1. Germany defeated Ivory Coast 2 to 1. Ecuador and Curacao finished in a scoreless 0 to 0 draw. Wow. At the time this update was prepared, Japan was leading Tunisia 2 to 0. That game was still live, so please confirm the final score before repeating it. Who is advancing? Who is advancing? Okay, the United States has already won Group D and qualified for the knockout stage. The United States won its first two games and currently has 6 points. Mexico also has 6 points and is guaranteed to finish in one of the top two positions in Group A. Germany now has 6 points and is guaranteed to finish in one of the top two positions in Group E. The Netherlands and Japan are both in strong positions in Group F, but their final group positions have not been completely decided. Brazil and Morocco are leading Group C with 4 points each. France, Norway, Argentina, Australia, England, Ghana, and Colombia also made strong starts, but most of those teams still have additional group matches to play. A simple reminder for viewers: winning one group game does not mean that a country has won the World Cup. A country must survive the group stage and then win several elimination games before reaching the championship final. Father's Day World Cup schedule. Father's Day is today, Sunday, June 21st. So once again, viewers and audience, fathers, happy Father's Day. And to grandfathers, to great grandfathers, to those future will be fathers, happy Father's Day. These are regular group stage games. They are not the championships or grand final. Spain plays Saudi Arabia at 11 a.m. Central Time. Belgium plays Iran at 2 p.m. Central Time. Uruguay plays Cape Verde at 5 p.m. New Zealand plays Egypt at 8 p.m. During the group stage, team receives 3 points for a victory, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. The top two teams in each group advance. The eight strongest third place teams also advance because this expanded World Cup includes 48 countries. The knockout stage is different. Once elimination games begin, a team that loses is normally eliminated. If a knockout game remains tied, it may continue into extra time and possibly a penalty shootout. Austin and Pflugerville local news. Now moving on to Austin and Pflugerville local news. Now let us move to local Central Texas news. Pflugerville Independent School District has adopted its proposed 2026-2027 budget. The district is projecting a general fund shortfall of approximately $15.6 or $15.6 million. A projected budget shortfall does not mean the school district immediately closes or stops operating. It means projected expenses are higher than projected revenue. District officials will continue reviewing property values, state funding, enrollment, and other financial information. Another education issue involves Austin Community College, ACC. The ACC Board of Trustees accepted a petition that may allow voters within Pflugerville ISD territory to decide whether the area should join the ACC taxing district. If voters eventually approve the proposal, the qualifying residents within Pflugerville ISD boundaries could receive ACC's lower in district tuition rate. However, joining the taxing district could also affect property taxes. A public hearing is scheduled for July 16 at 5 p.m. at the Pflugerville ISD Learning and Technology Center. Residents should review both the possible education benefits and the financial effects before forming a final opinion. Residents should also prepare for traffic near Lake Pflugerville on Sunday, June 28th. The annual Lake Pflugerville Triathlon is expected to cause traffic delays in the area between approximately 7 a.m. and noon. Oh, that's good to know. Earlier this week, Central Texas experienced heavy rain and flooding that closed numerous low water crossings. Even when the weather looks calmer, never drive around a barricade or enter a flooded road. Water may be deeper or faster than it appears. A vehicle can lose traction or be carried away. Turn around and choose another route, please. Please and thank you. Oh, my nose is itchy. Austin and Pflugerville weather. Now, for Sunday, expect humid weather with temperature near 90 degrees. The heat index may feel close to or above 100 degrees. There is also a possibility of showers or thunderstorms, especially later in the day. So for today's Sunday, June 21st, 2026, Father's Day, the heat index may feel close to or above 100 degrees. There is also a possibility of showers or thunderstorms, especially later in the day. If you attend an outdoor event, bring water and take breaks in an air-conditioned or shaded location if possible. So if you're in an outdoor event, if you're going swimming in general, like I said, if you go swimming, again, please follow the posted pool rules. And of course, it is usually water only. No food or drinks within the pool enclosure, inside the pool area. No food or drinks. There are posted notice sign that says no food and drinks clearly and obviously, and people do forget about that. They overlook that. Come on, no food and drinks. And anyway, in certain community, if there are food or small amount of food, like snacks, not a large amount of food, not a kitchen worth a large portion of food, if they're allowed, keep it at the tables, keep it at the deck area, the tables, the lounge chair, the couch, keep it there. Do not bring it close to the pool edge. Do not bring it near the pool. Do not eat or drink in the pool waters. I will say this as a fine print that something that management and hotel management or staff should put this. I mean, this will erase the purpose of having a pool attendant or lifeguards. But if there are no lifeguard on duties or no pool attendants on duties, it will be on your own responsibility. Their saying goes, no lifeguard on duty, swim at your own risk. Once again, no lifeguard on duty, swim at your own risk. If you choose to eat or drink in the pool, that is on your own, that is your own risk and you're at your own fault. You are responsible for taking care of your own health and safety. You choose to violate your own safety, you get sick, that's on you, not on the management, because there are posted pool rules for that reason. I want to make that loud and clear. I just want to express that. Everyone understand the rules, understand common sense, why rules, policy, and laws exist for the very purpose of your safety. Believe it or not. You put yourself at risk. If you injure yourself, you hurt yourself, that is your own fault, your own mistake. It is not the fault of the management, the lifeguards, or the pool attendants, and they shouldn't have to feel responsible for any errors you make. I just want to express that. So, yes, for any Sunday, expect humid weather with temperatures near 90 degrees. The heat index may feel close to or above 100 degrees. There is also a possibility of showers or rainstorms or thunderstorms, especially later in the day for Father's Day. Later in the day, so possibly late afternoon, evening, around those. So just throw that out there as preparation. If you attend an outdoor event, especially if you're going swimming, just be mindful of your surrounding. Be aware of other swimmers, other residents, other people. We are family, we are community, we are neighbors. Bring water and take breaks, if possible, in an air conditioned or shaded location. Wear lightweight clothing, use sunscreen, do not leave children, older adults, or animals inside a parked vehicle or unattended. Heat illness like heat stroke, sunburn can begin with heavy sweating, weakness, headache, dizziness, nausea, or muscle cramps, especially if you're dehydrated. For example, imagine that you are waiting outside a convention center for 45 minutes. You begin to feel dizzy and sick. Do not remain in line simply because you are afraid of losing your place. Tell your friend or an event employee, move into shade or in air conditioning, drink water slowly, and ask for medical assistance if your symptoms continue or worsens. If thunder can be heard, lightning is close enough to become dangerous. So again, if thunder can be heard, lightning is close enough to become dangerous. Move into a substantial building or enclosed vehicle. Do not shelter under a single tree, temporarily tent, or metal structure. I meant to say metal, not mental. Now, moving on to convention and public event safety. I also want to discuss convention safety. Anime conventions, fan festivals, concerts, pop-up events, gaming events, and community gatherings should be enjoyable. However, every attendee should have a basic safety plan. Remember, your health and safety comes first, top priority. It's fun and games until someone gets hurt. I want to make that loud and clear. Before buying a ticket, confirm that the event is real, legitimate, not a con artist or a scam or some kind of a shady business. So before buying a ticket, confirm that the event is real. Check the official venue calendar, the organizer's official website, the ticketing company, and the event's social media announcements. Read the refund policy before paying. Be cautious. Be cautious if someone demands payment through gift cards, cryptocurrency, wire transfer, or a payment method with no buyer protection, like gift cards, like Walmart gift cards, cryptocurrency, like Bitcoin, wire transfer, like Western Union, MoneyGram, a hot check, a fake check, or a payment method with no buyer protection. Remember that, no buyer protection. Imagine that a social media account claims to sell a discounted convention badge. The account was created recently and asks you to send money through an irreversible payment service. Let's just say cryptocurrency Bitcoin. They send you a money mule, a rare Nigerian money mule name, like a random name, and they ask you to send 2,000 in Bitcoin or something. And it's obviously a cryptocurrency, and it's obviously irreversible. Western Union or MoneyGram are well known to that they cannot refund your money back, so those are difficult to reverse. So the account was created recently and asks you to send money through an irreversible payment service. Do not rush. Do not rush. Contact the event through its official website and ask whether that seller is authorized. Oh, I overheard plane, airplane. Yep, plane coming in left and right from Maynard and near the Austin Bergstrom International Airport. Hearing those helicopters and airplanes. So yes, do not rush. Contact the event through its official website and ask whether that seller is authorized. Save your receipt, confirmation email, refund terms, and screenshots of important announcements. Yes, save your receipt, confirmation email, refund terms, and screenshots of important announcements. Now, before entering the event or any convention, Comic Cons or whatever, any pop-up events or public spaces, charge your phone. Make sure your phone is mostly fully charged and bring a spare battery pack. Charge your phone, bring a portable battery if permitted, carry identification, IDs, necessary medication, and emergency contact information. Review the event's bag policy so that security does not reject an item at the entrance. So carry identification, IDs, necessary medication, and emergency contact information. Review the event's bag policy so that security does not reject an item at the entrance. Choose a meeting place with your group in case cellular service becomes overloaded. Choose a meeting place with your group in case cellular service becomes overloaded. A good meeting place is something specific. So a good meeting place is something specific, such as the information desk near the main entrance. Meet somewhere in the lobby. Like meet somewhere in the lobby is too vague. A good meeting place is something specific, such as the information desk near the main entrance. Let's say they have a food court, like a Pacific food court or in a food area, like if there is a promotion that are selling a Pacific boba tea, like an anime theme, for example, Demon Slayer boba tea, referencing from Anime Frontier 2025 or yeah 2025 Anime Frontier, like a Demon Slayer boba tea promotion in the food court area or something. That would be a good way for a good meet somewhere. But meeting somewhere in the lobby or meeting somewhere in the dealer's room is too vague. Like try to be more specific. If you say it's in the dealer's room, you're at a particular booth or something. Identify at least two exits after entering. Identify at least two exits after entering. Also locate security. First aid, information services in any designated quiet or accessibility room. Now, autism and sensory preparation. This is good for autistic and sensory preparation. I'll throw this out there. For those that are autistic and any mental or sensory preparation, now I'm just saying this as it is. For those with more of a mental concerns, crowds, bright lights, loud announcements, and unexpected schedule changes can become overwhelming. I want to throw that out there. Crowds, bright lights, loud announcements, and unexpected schedule changes can become overwhelming. Consider bringing noise reducing headphones. Consider bringing noise reducing headphones, earplugs, sunglasses, or another permitted sensory aid. Study Study the schedule before arriving and select your most important activities. You do not have to attend every panel micro events or remain at the convention from opening until closing. Just remember that for all the attendees, that's the greatest power and almost the rights you have. Study the schedule before arriving and select your most important activities or important panels you want to attend. You do not have to attend every panel or remain at the convention from opening until closing. Like for me, I'm an attendee. I'm a veteran general attendee. I used to go to a lot of Comic Con or anime theme convention events. I know without a doubt I don't have to be there opening to closing, and I gotten to the point where it's getting so old that I already have my fair share of my experience with general anime conventions and Comic Cons and pop up events. They are not new to me. I want to throw that out there for my kids, grandkids, for the fresh new generations. Maybe it's new to them. It's a daunting, daunting, brave new world for them, and I understand that. I understand, and I'm very considerate. I want them to have fun, but to me, 40 years from now, next 10 years from now, 20 years, close to my retirement age, I could tell you I'm slowly outgrowing going to convention. I'm slowly outgrowing cosplaying. I'm getting old eventually, becoming an old fart, a senior citizen, a retired citizen. I am eventually gonna get old and outgrow going to convention, cosplaying and playing games and watching TV, anime, movies, all that. I'm slowly outgrowing. I mean, I'm feeling it. I'm like I it's not new anymore to me. I have very limited interests. So I'm just throwing that out there. That's my experience and my own thoughts. If you still want to go to convention at your age, I respect that's your choice, your decision, and that is your own accord. And I respect that. But as always, as I said earlier, be safe, exercise safety. Your health and safety comes first. Just be careful of your surroundings. Be careful who you hang out with, who you're making friends. Be mindful of whatever scenario and situation you're at. I want everyone to come home safely. I want everyone to see another day and hope to go to another convention and that they continue, live life to the fullest. So, there are crowds, there are loud announcements. It can get overwhelming. So just bring noise reducing headphones or earplugs or other permitted sensory aid. Be sure to study the schedule before arriving and choose your favorite, your most interested micro event panels. Again, you don't have to be there all day from open to close. You can go to the hotel room, you can take a nap. If the convention is held within the hotel room, and if assuming you're all alone and you already are like me, you're getting too old to go into convention, you feel it's not new, if you feel like you're not gonna make friends easily, you don't have to be there. You don't have to be there all day. You don't. If you're tired, you don't feel well, sit down, relax, buy something. If you have the money, if you're willing to stretch your budget, buy yourself a water, eat, drink, stay hydrated, stay well fed, take a nap, relax. You don't have to be at the convention from opening until closing. You don't have to be there all day. I understand you spend your money on your weekend badge, on your pass. It's non-refundable. I understand that. I understand you spend a lot of money on gas, wear and tear, all that, hotel, all that. I know you spend about $1,000, $700, $500 all together, and you want to make it worth the trip and worth all that experience. I understand, and that's why from the very get-go, I don't really go to a lot of conventions. It's not a necessity. It is just a big fat recreation, leisure, entertainment, and a big fat want. I don't get a lot of return on investments. It's not worth my time. It's a waste of all that hard-earned money. I'm just telling that from my own personal experience. I used to go to my first convention in 2012, which is Anime Fest at the Sheraton Hotel near Dallas on a Sunday. My parents drove me and my childhood friend, my childhood high school friend, all the way there for Sunday at the A Fest, at the Anime Fest at our first convention. I was cosplaying as Lelouch Lamprecht from Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion, that anime Code Geass, as a school as a school Ashford school outfit attire. That was my first cosplay, and I went there to A Fest at the Sheraton Hotel. It's about four stories, like 4 floors, and yeah, it was something new. It was very daunting, very overwhelming. It's a quite an experience. Then my second convention was IkiCon at the Hilton Hotel. Yeah, at the Hilton Hotel in downtown Austin in ATX. Again, I believe my parents took me there at the time. That was before I started driving. Way long time ago. Way long time when Austin ATX was growing. I went to the Hilton Hotel during the IkiCon. But yeah, but again, as of now, 2026, I feel very old going to convention. It is not new to me. I don't feel excited or anything. It doesn't really hit different anymore. From my own perspective, experiences as an individual, as a person, a human being myself, to me, going to convention, comic cons, or any pop-up event doesn't feel old. Going as an attendee doesn't. It feels old. I'd rather volunteer and grow my event based recognition, resume, and what's the word, reputation, and hoping to be referenced and hoping that people can see me that I bring strong work ethics and can do attitude and the ultimate flexibility to get the job done, doing what's best for the business. So yes, just remember you don't have to be there all day if you're going as an attendee. Don't feel obligated to do all that. Your health and safety is very important. Plan quiet breaks. Tell a trusted person that what signs may indicate that you are becoming overwhelmed. So tell a trusted person, whether that's your family members, a close friend of yours, what signs may indicate that you are becoming overwhelmed. Let me give you an example. So once again, viewer discretion is advised. For example, you might say, if I stop responding, if I stop responding, cover my ears. If I stop responding, cover my ears or become confused, please guide me toward the quiet area and speak in short sentences. For example, you might say, if I stop responding, cover my ears or become confused, please guide me toward the quiet area and speak in short sentences. You may also carry a written card that lists your name, emergency contact, allergies, and communication needs. Now, moving on to crowd safety. Crowd safety. Do not block exits. Do not block exits, stairways, or narrow hallways. If an area becomes tightly packed, do not push toward the center merely to get a better view. So again, if an area becomes tightly packed, do not push toward the center merely to get a better view. Stay aware of pressure. Stay aware of pressure building around you. If a crowd starts moving unexpectedly, keep your balance. Keep your balance and move with the general flow toward the edge. Do not deliberately push against a large moving crowd. Keep your arms positioned so that you have some space to breathe. Avoid bending down to retrieve a drop item in a densely packed area. So yeah, keep your arms positioned so that you have some space to breathe. Avoid bending down to retrieve a drop item in a densely packed area, which is which is can be dangerous. And yeah, I heard this from other YouTubers or content creators based on these situations. If you fall, oh my gosh, my nose is itchy. Oh, okay, as I was saying, if you fall, protect your head. If you fall, protect your head. Curl your body, curl your body if necessary, and try to stand when there is an opening. If you fall, protect your head, curl your body if necessary, and try to stand when there is an opening. If you notice dangerous crowding, inform security before someone is injured. If you notice dangerous crowding, inform security before someone is injured, which is which is sad because people should have common sense here. Every crowd should have common sense and keeping themselves safe, which I don't understand that. Ugh, freaking nose, my nose is itchy. Harassment and personal boundaries. Now moving on to harassment and personal boundaries. Now remember that cosplay is not consent, and outside of cosplay, I call it physical ogling is not consent either. Keep your hands and feet to yourself, because there are indeed zero tolerance for harassment and typical misconducts. All these misconducts. So yeah, remember that. A costume does not give another person permission to touch, photograph, or follow someone. Ask ask before taking a close photograph. Oh, yeah, I already need to take care of myself better. My personal grooming is piss poor, and that's on me. But yes, remember to ask for approval, ask for consent, ask before taking a close photograph. Respect a person who says no. And I'm trying to remember that. Sometimes I make mistakes. Sometimes things slip through the crack. Respect a person who says no. If someone follows you, touches you without permission, or repeatedly ignores your boundaries, move toward a staff area. Tell security exactly what happened. And most importantly, stand in front of a CCTV security camera. That's what the security cameras are there for. CCTV surveillance cameras are there to capture what exactly happens and provide evidence, concrete evidence. It sees it eye for an eye. So make sure to stand in front of a staff area and under surveillance cameras. They are there to protect you and are on your side if you haven't done anything wrong. So if someone is touching you without your permission or repeatedly ignores your boundaries or making you feel extremely uncomfortable, move toward a staff area, tell security exactly what happened. Do not confront an aggressive do not confront an aggressive person alone when a safer option is available. For example, say that individual has followed me through 3 rooms after I asked them to stop. They are wearing a red jacket and carrying a black bag. Specific information is more useful than saying only someone is bothering me. So specific information is more useful than saying someone is bothering me. And then they say, well, did you communicate? Did you let them know that you don't like it? Do you know who the person is? Any specific information, description? Yeah, so try to be more specific and not just vague to the best of your abilities. Suspicious items or behavior. Do not touch an unattended bag or package. So anything you see something out in the open that looks like it's suspicious or out in the open. So suspicious items or behavior. Do not touch an unattended bag or package. Move away and report its exact location to event security or law enforcement. Report threatening behavior, attempts to enter restricted areas or statements suggesting immediate violence. Report threatening behavior, attempts to enter restricted areas or statements suggesting immediate violence. Reporting something does not mean publicly accusing a person online. Give the information privately to trained personnel and allow them to investigate. Do not do not live stream security positions. Do not live stream security positions, police movements, or private emergency information during an active incident. Yeah, I should I would try to be careful on that. I have a bad habit as a content creator and live streaming whatever is going on around my surrounding, just to be honest. So yeah, do not live stream security positions. Yeah, positions, police movements, or private emergency information during an active incident. Now leading to medical emergencies. If someone collapses, becomes unresponsive, or appears seriously ill, as usual, call 911, or immediately notify event medical personnel if there are medical personnel on at the site of the convention or event. Now give the person space. Give the person space. Do not surround them, film them, or post their condition online. Just common courtesy. I mean, I'm pretty sure nobody's not gonna. There are some people that don't really give a darn, but that's sad that they are gonna do that and not sensitive. Follow instructions from emergency personnel. So listen to them, and as usual, follow instructions from emergency personnel. If you are trained in CPR, first aid, or bleeding control, identify yourself and help within the limits of your training. So if you are trained in CPR, first aid, or bleeding control, identify yourself and help within the limits of your training. Fire alarm or evacuation. Treat alarms and official evacuation instructions seriously. Leave leave through the nearest safe exit. Do not return. Do not return for merchandise, costumes, or personal belongings. I mean, if it's on you, then bring it with you. If it's on you, bring it with you. But in case of fire alarm or evacuation, leave through the nearest safe exit. Do not return for merchandise, costumes, or personal belongings. Do not use an elevator during a fire unless emergency officials specifically direct you to do so. So again, do not use an elevator during a fire unless emergency officials specifically direct you to do so. Move away from the building, move away from the building so that other people can exit and emergency vehicles can enter. If your group becomes separated, use the meeting point. So again, if your group becomes separated, use the meeting point that you selected before the event. Now, active threat. Okay, so active threat. If there is an immediate violent threat, move away from the danger when a safe escape route is available. Leave belongings behind. Leave belongings behind. Unless it is with you. If it's with you on your person, then you can bring it along. But leave belongings behind. If escape is impossible, hide. If escape is impossible, hide in a secure area. Hide in a secured area. Silence your phone and remain quiet. Silence your phone and remain quiet. Physical resistance. Physical resistance should be considered only as a last resort when your life is in immediate danger and no safer option remains. So physical resistance should be considered only as a last resort when your life is in immediate danger and no safer option remains. when when police arrive, Keep your hands empty and visible. When police arrive, keep your hands empty and visible. Follow instructions and avoid making sudden movements. Call 911 when you are in a safe location. Call 911 if you're in a safe location. Give the dispatcher the location, description of the threat, and direction of travel if known. So that's that for that little microsecond segment of active threats. Weather-related event changes. Outdoor festivals and convention activities may be delayed, moved, or canceled because of lightning, heat, wind, or flooding. Do not do not become aggressive toward workers when an event closes for safety. Staff may have information that attendees cannot see, including lightning detection, wind measurements, structural concerns, or emergency management instructions. Yeah, staff may have information that attendees cannot see. So, for example, if an outdoor fan festival orders an evacuation because storms are approaching, leave immediately. Do not remain under a tent to finish watching a game. Now, online and financial safety. Online and financial safety. Do not post a clear photograph of your badge, barcode, or QR code. Someone may copy it. Now, again, do not post a clear photograph of your badge, barcode, or QR code. Someone may copy it. Avoid publicly announcing that your home will be empty for several days. So, avoid publicly announcing that your home will be empty for several days. Use use official hotel reservation. Use official hotel reservation links and confirm reservations directly with the hotel. Be cautious of fake vendors, fake celebrity accounts, and unofficial autograph offers. Use a payment method that provides a receipt and dispute process. Final reminder. Now, final reminder, preparation is not about living in fear. It is about reducing confusion when something unexpected happens, and always, as the saying goes, expect the unexpected, prepare for the unexpected, prepare for the worst case scenario, and always hope for the best. Remember this simple convention safety plan. Know where you are, know where the exits are, know who you are with, know where to meet, keep your phone charged, stay hydrated, respect boundaries, follow official instructions, report serious concerns to trained staffs and securities. And back to the keep your phone charged. Just make sure to be in an area. If you have 5G or 4G, make sure to have the strongest signal if possible. Because sometimes at convention centers, internet can be very bad and very overused. But keep your phone charged and try to move to a strong signal if possible, and try to communicate. Try to communicate if you can, to let your families and your close friends know that you're safe. But be aware of your surroundings and be mindful of other people in the crowd. Health and safety comes first, top priority. So keep your phone charged, stay hydrated, eat something, respect boundaries, respect personal space. Remember, cosplay is not consent. Follow official instructions. Report serious concerns to trained staff. For Austin, Pflugerville, Travis County, and surrounding communities, residents can register for Warn Central Texas emergency notifications and use the Ready Central Texas resources for official warnings and preparedness information. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for watching this General Sunbeam live stream update. Stay informed, stay respectful, stay weather aware, and take care of yourself and the people around you. We are a family, we are a community, we are the neighbors, and we come together to keep the community safe, to provide the safe space so that everyone can feel safe and live comfortably and live life to the fullest. Now you don't mind me going to eat this hamburger that was in the fridge, trying to keep the fridge clean and all that.
An impossibility by any means. I could see them doing that, even though Iran is the number one backer and the chief backer of Hezbollah. And without Iran, Hezbollah really doesn't have any backing financial.
Okay. Now I finished eating. I'm gonna step out and put this bowl in the sink and wash my hands. Okay, I am back. So for anyone still watching, 4 hours, almost 4 hours and 20 minutes into the recording on both Facebook and YouTube. Excuse me. And almost 1 a.m. at the time of this recording. At the time of this live stream, it is almost 1 a.m. So again, happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day from General Sunbeam. So happy Father's Day. And to all the fathers out there, well, thank you for your service. Thank you for taking care of your kids, supervising your kids, exercising right from wrong, teaching your kids right from wrong, understanding common sense, common courtesy and consideration, and how to properly conduct in everyday life with other people and communities. We are all families, we are all a community, we are all neighbors. I want to treat everyone the way I want to be treated, treat others the way you want to be treated, mutual respect. So thank you to all the fathers, all the dads. So once again, to all the viewers and audiences, happy Father's Day. And yes, here on YouTube, just in case, to Facebook viewers and audience, I am using ChatGPT. I'm actively using ChatGPT, and I am streaming on YouTube, so I am screen sharing my ChatGPT usage. I'm just being transparent and honest about it, open dialogue. So once again, viewer discretion is advised. Again, it's almost 1 a.m. Central Time, Texas Central Daytime. Here in Central Texas, here in Border Ridge of South Pflugerville, in the city of Pflugerville, it is June 21st, 2026. At around this time, it is 74 degrees Fahrenheit, mostly clear. It is nighttime. It is late. And I think my wife is going to sleep. I don't know if she stepped out to take a shower or use the restroom, but I heard the toilet flush. And I think my wife is probably still playing games, chatting with her friends, playing Marvel Rivals, Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, or Wuthering Waves, Maple Story, or Mabinogi. Those are a few games that she plays, or she's just talking to her friends, chatting with her friends, watching anime on Discord or something. But that's her usual routine, her regular routine after work, or if she's not working. She spends most of her entire life playing games, watching anime, all these recreation, leisure, and entertainment with her surrounding friends. And I do want to communicate, just sharing this with with the audience, both Facebook and YouTube, that we have plans with our immediate family members. We will be celebrating Father's Day with our families, with my families, communicating with in-law families, wishing Happy Father's Day. And remember, we do have loved ones, we do have family members, we have contacts, close colleagues, friends, people that have seen us around, will know about us, will ask about us, will wonder how we're doing, where we're at, and all that. So there's always connections. We do have connections. We've been making quite a presence, leaving digital footprints across Central Texas, even in Honolulu, Hawaii. And our dreams, me and my wife and a few friends, wants to go to Japan. Go to the heart of anime, to Japan. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue on because it's almost 1 a.m. I might be feeling a little bit tired. And still feeling a bit of fatigue. I am getting better. I am recovering from my sickness earlier, but still, I still have very bad acne. My face is itchy. My nose is itchy. Oh, quite the irritation. And my back aches still. Oh boy. I don't have the money for a back massage. I could probably use a chiropractor, but I don't have the money either. I'm on a tight budget. Got house payment, lot rent, electricity, internet bill, healthcare, dental care, credit card debt to pay off, groceries. I do have to buy food. I'm running low on food. I mean, I'm not getting paid enough, and I'm not getting all my hours, adequate hours. Just throwing it out there, and just to be honest, and I'm not prospering successfully. I mean, I don't have a large amount of followers or subscribers. And I'm still stuck at 10 followers on Wattpad, still stuck at 21 followers on Twitch, and stuck at 56 followers on my Rumble channel. And I think I'm down to 59 followers on Instagram. And I am only at 2 followers on TikTok. Yeah, I have TikTok. I think it's under Sunbeam 234 something. But yeah, I do have TikTok just to throw that out there, and I think I have a Tumblr account, Pinterest, and I obviously have DeviantArt. I do have Discord. I don't know if I have MySpace, Blue Sky, Truth Social, or any other social media that I have not heard of. So I'm aware. I mean, I know most social medias out there. Anyway, just oh, oh man, my face is getting oiled up again. Lousy sebum oil, skin oil, acne, and all these nuisance cosmetic problems. But yeah, so as we come to the end of this live stream, I want to bring everything back together and explain why I continue discussing these different subjects, these multiple segments. But actually, before I close this live stream, I'm gonna go ahead and check on Instagram. I might also on YouTube. Share this Google search on YouTube. Of course, I'm not be able to share it on Facebook, but of course, I am also live streaming on YouTube as under General Sunbeam. I mean, I've been sharing all that social media handle, the social media links, so you can follow me on YouTube, subscribe to my YouTube channel if you care. But of course, I'm gonna search Instagram. What the heck is this? Yeah, exactly. 59 followers. 59 followers here. Yep, 59 followers on my Instagram. Okay, so that's 103 followers here, and so far no new. So just to share updates here with the latest convention-related allegations or misconduct regarding George Ross Martinez, aka Box of Props, the Mario cosplayer in the Houston area. So again, no new updates. No new updates posted here on Cancel Box of Props that currently has 103 followers. So just sharing this here on YouTube, and again, just getting all this coverage here. This is the first post here. Box of Props, aka George Ross Martinez, deletes Instagram after allegedly being caught messaging and grooming minors. So that's the first post at Houston Cosplay, at Box of Props Truth, cosplay creep, cosplay community. Okay, so just following up here, I did posted a link on Facebook regarding the Instagram just as a fact, as a proven fact that there is an Instagram call out page called Cancel Box of Props, Cancel George Ross Martinez. Again, just also throwing it out there, just staying updated and posted about all these convention or public event, pop-up event misconduct and allegations regarding all these two and two, adding two and two together with all these previous general misconduct allegations regarding conventions, cosplay, and communities like this. From Anime Matsuri with Vic Menogna, with Whole Wheat Pete and D Pity or PDD, with small errors, misconducts happening at various conventions. Well, I mean, they're not major. The original voice actor of Tanari, and now with Box of Props. All right, so, but yeah. So, brief community awareness update. An Instagram account called Cancel Box of Props is currently publishing critical posts about Houston area Mario cosplayer Box of Props Mario, or Box of Props, who is publicly identified online as George Ross Martinez. The account contains numerous accusations, screenshots, and personal claims. At this time, I have not located reliable independent news coverage or an official statement confirming those allegations. Social media posts should therefore be described as claims, like supporting documents or a bit of a substantial evidence of testimonies, as claims, not proven solid facts. They are still considered hearsay because they're allegations. We don't know. We don't know, or I don't know, if Box of Props, the Mario cosplayer in the Houston area, did it or doing all this wrongdoing. I mean, there are should be CCTV out there if he's out in the public, roaming around on the public streets, going to pop-up events, Houston-based conventions. There has to be CC cameras, surveillance cameras out there documenting all this. Eye for an eye. And there has to be photographers and every live streamer and bloggers out there reporting his whereabouts. And there has to be some few official convention statements from the staff, from the chairman reporting. And again, there has to be a lot more testimony and witnesses, but cameras, as they say, pictures worth a thousand words. Action speaks louder than words, and surveillance cameras speaks a lot. They say a lot. So having security surveillance camera is the key in recording on your phone. If you're a photographer or a press, that helps too. So yeah, the account contains numerous accusations, screenshots, and personal claims. At this time, I have not located reliable independent news coverage or an official statement confirming those allegations are true or confirmed. Social media posts should therefore be described as claims, not proven facts. What can be independently confirmed is that Box of Props Mario previously maintained a public cosplay presence in the Spring and Houston area and appeared as a guest and panel presenter at Delta H Con in 2025. Last year, his current 2026 convention status remains unclear based on the official information I could locate. I encourage I encourage viewers not to harass, threaten, dox, swat, or contact anyone's family or associates tied to this individual or this Mario cosplayer. Remain neutral and again don't jump to conclusions, but always use your phone or your cameras. Use your cameras. Let the cameras do the talking. Take a lot of pictures, snapshots. If you see him, again, pictures worth a thousand words. Take pictures if you can. There are CCTV, there are surveillance cameras. They should be the one capturing all that and document all that as evidence. So viewers, don't be harassing, threatening, doxing, swatting, or contact anyone's family or associate tied to this individual, this Mario cosplayer. Do not spread private relationship. Yeah, do not spread private relationship claims or edited screenshots as established facts. Yeah, don't be deep faking and don't be doing all this CGI, Photoshop, uh, just to really shame on this person. Anyone with firsthand evidence of harassment, threats, or unsafe conduct should preserve the original message, images, video recordings, and report them privately to convention management staff, platform moderators, or law enforcement when appropriate. Community safety requires evidence. Community safety requires evidence, responsible reporting, and due process. So yeah, community safety requires evidence, responsible reporting and due process, not online mob behavior. Just to throw that out there. All right, so that's a short, brief message announcement or statement regarding the Mario cosplayer box of props and any fresh updates. So far, no fresh updates from the Instagram user cancel box of props. So there's no updates on that, and it currently has 103 followers on of that Instagram user page. So I just shared it on YouTube and Facebook, provided that Instagram link for those that care to know about box of props, what's the whereabouts of box of props. I assume he hasn't been arrested yet because there would have been an obvious update post from Cancel Box of Props of that Instagram page sharing that, oh, he got arrested by police or something. He got arrested and is in court. From my understanding, from right now, I presume heavily that Box of Props is currently out roaming on the street in Houston, somewhere in the Houston area of Central Texas. He still continues posting as a content creator, probably posting on his latest new Instagram or TikTok Tumblr. He's hiding out on social truth social or something. Reddit, 4chan under a different username. I'm pretty sure he's still continuing to be a content creator or a streamer, still going to conventions, no longer in Mario cosplay, trying to blend in, trying to change his identity or appearance. I mean, I'm not going to over speculate, but I'm just throwing this out there, just just for heads up, just for a general notice, heads up notice for awareness purposes. But I'm sure Boxer Prop is still out there somewhere, roaming in on the public streets, hiding, keeping a low profile. He's out somewhere in Houston. I'm just throwing that out there just to be neutral. I'm not going to jump to any conclusion that he is a bad person, that he should be canceled, put behind bars, be arrested by police, or all that. I don't know if he did all that or so, but all I can say is that cancel Boxer Props, the Instagram user calling out Boxer Props exists, and all that post is posted there as a fact itself. Now, anyway, oh my gosh, it's probably going to be a long reading to close this live stream. So as we come to the end of this live stream, I now want to bring everything back together and explain why I continue discussing these different subjects. Today we covered public safety, severe weather, local events, convention preparation, scams, workplace pressures, online controversies, due process, personal responsibility, and the challenges facing creators. These topics may appear separate, but they are connected to one central principle. People should remain informed, prepared, responsible, and willing to think before acting. And I try to do that to the best of my abilities. I also will say I have bad spending habits. I've been spending a lot of money, having to pay large sum of credit card debts on top of house payment, lot rent, electricity, water bill, trash, sewage, healthcare, dental care, vision care, facial care for my acne, and all kinds of insurance. And what else? Car maintenance, car payment, wear and tear, gas, and more food or groceries. So yeah, whether you are attending an anime convention, Comic Con, or any pop-up events, driving through severe weather, working inside a demanding warehouse, buying an event ticket, going on an airplane, booking a hotel, or hanging out with a friend at a hotel or resident area, answering a suspicious online messages, whether that's a text, email, or following allegations on social media, do understand this, that awareness matters. Verify information before spending money. Read policies before attending an event. Respect personal boundaries. Again, that cosplay is not consent. And pretty much ask first before doing something affecting another person. And think before you act. Document serious concerns. See something, say something. Protect your accounts and private information. Listen to official safety instructions. Separate confirmed facts from allegations. Do not let fear, anger, online pressure, or crowd behavior make your decisions for you. So, once again, do not let fear, anxiety, anger, online pressure, or crowd behavior make your decisions for you. Don't let that overcome you. I believe in accountability, but I also believe in due process. I believe people who report misconduct should be heard and treated respectfully in a fair sense in the court of law. In court of law, in any civil cases, civil lawsuits or such, I believe in due process. I also believe accusations should not automatically become convictions in the court of public opinion, and again, court of law. So in the court of public opinion, evidence, documentation, responsible reporting, CCTV surveillance cameras, and fair investigation from law enforcement matter. I believe conventions and fan events should be enjoyable, safe, organized, and transparent. Open, transparent, and open dialogue. Attendees, vendors, artists, volunteers, performers, and guests invest real money, preparation, labor, and trust into these events. Organizers should communicate clearly, enforce their policies fairly, and respond responsibly when circumstances change. I also believe workers deserve dignity. I also believe workers deserve dignity. My experience at Amazon taught me that productivity systems, automation, robotics, rates, guardrails, and performance metrics can place enormous pressure on workers or employees there, or associates, I would say. Technology may help a company operate efficiently, but the people working around that technology are still human beings. They experience exhaustion, stress, physical strain, learning differences, and responsibilities outside the workplace. My my disagreements with that work culture help me understand more clearly what kind of future I want for myself. My disagreements with that work culture help me understand more clearly what kind of future I want for myself. I do not want my entire life to be controlled by warehouse rates, computerized measurements, and numbers on a screen. I want to build a career around imagination, storytelling, creative direction, and original intellectual property. That brings me back to the heart of this live stream. My in-game career goal is to become an anime creator, anime producer, and anime director, developing this original concept, original stories. I want to produce my own anime. That anime is Supremacy, clash between heroes and villains that I'm trying to pitch to all of you viewers, audiences hoping to reach to Crunchyroll and to all these anime industries studios and any other indie studios related, hoping to turn this into anime 2D anime on the big screen on televisions. Supremacy began as an original story and a collection of ideas that I carried in my imaginations for years or decades. It developed through handwritten notes, phone drafts, laptop documents, Wattpad chapters, character concepts, faction designs, symbols, flags, world building, and visual experiments. Yes, and I always have been starting writing this around before COVID-19 pandemic. I'm not sure when I writing it. So around 2016, around that time, maybe 2014, somewhere around there. I've been hand typing. I know I've been hand typing stories. I certainly been typing around 2016, and yeah. So the story centers on eight absolute leaders, four heroic leaders, and four villainous leaders. The heroes are General Sunbeam, Lady Moonbeam, ex Vice Colonel Starbeam, and Professor Galaxybeam. The villains the villains are Lord Darkwing, Blackwing, Shadowwing, and Doctor Deathwing. Each leader commands a separate regime, army, territory, ideology, and visual identity. The solar, lunar, star, and galaxy regimes stand against the darkened, blackened, shadow, and death regimes. The central rule of the world is that only an equal can truly defeat an equal. Ordinary fighters and conventional armies, lesser superheroes cannot easily destroy an absolute leader, not even their own followers below them. That That creates a conflict involving supernatural power, political ambition, military strategy, loyalty, betrayal, survival, and large scale war. I do not want supremacy to remain only a written concept. a continuous story on Wattpad, or just me expressing this continually pitching this idea to animation industry studios. Again, I do not want Supremacy to remain only a written concept. I want to see these characters move, art in motion, on television. I want to hear their voices. I want them to come to life. I want to hear the opening theme intro, the background music, the battle scores or battle scenes, and the emotional dialogue and the ending theme outro. I want to see the cities. I want to see the cities, the regimes, the armies, the transformations, the alliances, and the confrontations brought to life through animation. Again, art in motion. I want Supremacy to become a serious 2D anime style series and possibly one day a movie, manga, game, merchandise line, or a larger creative franchise. Just like every shonen and shoujo anime mainstreams out there on the Crunchyroll streaming platforms. I understand that producing anime requires far more than one person in terms of manpower. It requires writers, producers, directors, character designers, storyboard artists, animators, background artists, voice actors, composers, sound designers, editors, legal support, marketing, funding, and distribution. I do not claim that I can perform every one of these or one of those jobs alone. Obviously, my strength, my strength is the concept, the writing, the world building, the characters, the creative direction, and the determination to keep presenting the project, which I hope it can reach out to the correct person. Hopefully, I can pitch the idea, and hopefully, someone will come forward and step forward to help me make that a reality. I am looking for serious people who understand production and can recognize the potential inside an unfinished idea. Please and thank you. Pray to the Lord. Pray to the Lord. I hope to connect with animators, artists, producers, voice actors, musicians, editors, investors, studio representatives, and creative professionals who may be interested in helping develop the project responsibly and truthfully. I am not asking people to make unrealistic promises. I am asking the right people to look at the concept, examine the written material, and consider whether there is something worth developing. Pray to the Lord that be the case. I hope that one day I receive a message that says, General Sunbeam, I heard that you want to produce an anime. Let me repeat that again. Let me try it with a different voice. I hope that one day I receive a message that says, General Sunbeam, I heard that you want to produce an anime. Eh, I tried. Or I reviewed your concept. I like your ideas. I like the world you are building. Let us discuss what it would take to move the project forward. That is the opportunity to continue working towards, and that is the opportunity I wish I can hear from the audience, from you viewers or audience watching at this hour. It's 1:29 a.m. It's almost 1:30 a.m. Again, happy Father's Day. But again, what I said above, I hope one of you audience or viewers that have all these uh network network or connections with the anime studios with Crunchyroll and such. That's what I want to hear. I want someone to come forward and say all these things, helping me to actually work on producing this such anime, and hope some of you artists are legitimate artists that are willing to draw for free, putting your hobbies first, and drawing all these characters for fun. I mean, you own the copyright, you can share it and post it on your DeviantArt, and you keep the money. You keep the money. I don't want the money. I just want credits and say these character concept or images or ideas belongs to me, General Sunbeam or Sunbeam 007. I draw it, but these are General Sunbeam's original characters. So I hope I can receive a message or hope somebody come forward to say, I reviewed your concept. I like the world you are building. Let us discuss what it would take to move the project forward. That is the opportunity I continue working toward, and I hope that's what I would like to hear from the message. I know the entertainment industry is highly competitive and oversaturated, and I hated it so much. I strongly disagree with the competition in general. I know and understand the entertainment industry is highly competitive, oversaturated, unfair, in a sense, is discriminating and biased. Writers compete for attention, artists compete for commissions, animators compete for production work, independent content creators compete against major studios, established franchises, algorithms, and millions of other posts related. And for sure, going viral is not guaranteed, at least not for me. Recognition is not guaranteed, at least not for me. Funding is not guaranteed, definitely for sure is not for me. I doubt I'll succeed and prosper from all those that I said. Oh man, I'm getting tired, and it's already 1:32 a.m. Oh, my back hurts. But none of that means I should abandon the dream. Oh no, I did abandon the dream, but my mind kept daydreaming about it, kept drifting off, and I'm so happy to get majority of it on paper after that modern day AI exists. And you can see I'm so happy to get majority of what's on my mind onto the paper, but I still daydream, I still feel anxious and sort of paranoid, and it's always a long day, a long week for me. But yeah, I'll keep on daydreaming, I'll keep on spacing out, drifting off, thinking about all this. But none of that means I should abandon the dream. Oh no. I'm gonna keep progressing. I ain't gonna give up. Every live stream is another opportunity to explain it. Every Wattpad chapter is another part of the foundation. Every concept image is another visual reference. Every serious conversation is another chance to reach the right collaborators, to all of you viewers and audiences, and hopefully it reach towards the enemy industry studios, Crunchyroll, Sentai Filmsworks, Bang Zoom Entertainment, Studio Ghibli, I don't know, Cartoon Network or something. I don't know. I wanted it to be Japanese pop, serious 2D anime, not kid-friendly cartoons. I don't want that kind of animation level. Every view, every view, share, repost, comment, and recommendation can help the project travel farther than I could carry it alone. Pray to the Lord that be the case, and I do appreciate it. To everyone who stayed from the beginning of this live stream until the end, thank you for listening. Thank you for hearing me out, or thank you for hearing my thoughts about safety, conventions, scams, work culture, accountability, creativity, and the future I am trying to build. I am General Sunbeam GS. I am a creative writer. I am a content creator, streamer, Asian male model. I am the creator of Supremacy, Clash Between Heroes and Villains, based on my Wattpad original story, and other stories are written on there. I am working toward becoming an anime producer, creator, and director. Pray to the Lord that be the case, hoping that I find success there. This is not simply a passing interest. This is the career direction I have chosen. This is the project I want to continue developing for as long as I am. I'm sorry. This is the project I want to continue developing for as long as I am able to. This is the anime I hope to see on a television screen one day. Pray to the Lord to grant my wish. Until that day arrives, which I don't know when, it could be, probably will not be able to live that long if that be the case. And well, it is what it is. I'll die not being happy if my wish doesn't come true for that. But until that day arrives, I will continue writing, presenting, learning, promoting, and building. Stay informed, stay safe, keep the community safe, think critically, respect others, protect your future, and never surrender a meaningful dream simply because the path is difficult, super competitive, and oversaturated, or extremely biased and discriminative and unfair. This is General Sunbeam concluding another solar news live stream. Thank you. Thank you for watching, sharing, subscribing, and supporting the journey. Supremacy. Supremacy clash between heroes and villains is still in development, still trying to pitch the idea out there. The mission continues, and that is the memo. So thank you for watching. Thank you for hearing me out. And I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream. I'm going to head off to bed. I'm feeling very sleepy. My back hurts. I have a bit of allergies. My face is itchy. Still got bad acne scars and hyperpigmentation. My nose is itchy. And I honestly feel like crap. And I'm trying to sleep because me and my wife will be hanging out with families for Father's Day. So yeah, just throwing that out there and making sure I communicate to the general audience, to the general public of the internet. So y'all have a good night and peace.